Today, I've prepared the biography of Charlemagne. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, let your muscles relax one by one. Feel the weight of your day gently lifting away. Tonight, we'll drift through the misty lands of medieval Europe to explore the life of Charlemagne, the great king who united much of Western Europe. His story unfolds like a gentle river flowing through time. Let my soft voice carry you along this historical journey as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing becomes deeper. There's no need to remember every detail. Just let the story wash over you like warm waves as you drift toward peaceful slumber. In the gentle twilight of the early medieval era, when the Roman Empire had faded into memory and Europe was finding its new shape, a child was born who would one day unite much of the continent under his rule. Charlemagne, whose name means Charles the Great, came into this world around the year 742. Though historians speak in soft whispers about the exact date, as records from this distant time flow like dreams, sometimes clear, sometimes hazy. Picture, if you will, the land of the Franks in these early days. The countryside was draped in vast forests of oak and beech, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. Villages nestled in clearings and along riverbanks, simple wooden structures with thatched roofs sending thin wisps of smoke into the air. The rhythm of life followed the seasons, the gentle turning of the agricultural year, as it had for centuries. Into this world, Charlemagne was born to Pepin the Short and Bertrada of Leon. Imagine young Charles, with his fair hair and strong build, growing up in a household where political discussions flowed like the slow, steady current of a river, where strategies and alliances were as common as bedtime stories for other children. The exact location of Charlemagne's birth remains cloaked in the soft mist of time. Some historians suggest Aachen, others Liege, while still others propose Prüm or Düren. Like many details from this faraway era, we can only imagine the scene. Perhaps a well-built stone house, warmed by a crackling fire, with servants moving quietly through torchlit corridors as the future emperor took his first breath. Young Charles's childhood unfolded during a time of transition. The Frankish realm was finding its way forward after the decline of Roman influence. Christianity had spread its gentle roots throughout much of Europe, but old pagan traditions still lingered like morning mist in secluded valleys. Monasteries dotted the landscape, centers of learning where monks carefully copied manuscripts by candlelight, preserving ancient knowledge one patient brushstroke at a time. As a boy, Charlemagne would have been raised with the expectations befitting a noble child. He likely learned to ride almost as soon as he could walk, feeling the rhythmic movement of horses beneath him as he traveled across his father's lands. Hunting would have been part of his education too, tracking deer through dappled forest light, learning patience and observation as the soft sounds of nature enveloped him. Unlike many nobles of later eras, Charlemagne's formal education may have been somewhat limited in his earliest years. The art of reading and writing was primarily preserved within monastery walls during this period. Young Charles likely focused, instead, on the practical skills of rulership, understanding people, learning to command respect, absorbing the complex relationships between noble families that formed the tapestry of Frankish politics. Imagine him sitting beside his father during meetings with nobles and church officials, his young mind absorbing the careful dance of diplomacy and power. Perhaps he played with wooden swords in the courtyards of Frankish estates, unaware that one day he would wield real ones to reshape the map of Europe. His childhood games might have mimicked the adult world around him, building alliances, resolving conflicts, learning the value of both strength and wisdom. In 751, when Charles was still a boy of perhaps 8 or 9 years, a momentous change rippled through the Frankish kingdom. His father, Pepin, with the blessing of Pope Zachary, deposed the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, and took the crown for himself. The long-haired Merovingian dynasty, which had ruled for nearly 300 years, faded gently into history, and the Carolingian era, named for Charles himself, began its slow emergence. Picture young Charlemagne watching as his father was anointed king by the papal legate Boniface, the sacred oils glistening in the candlelight, the solemn voices of prayers echoing in the stone church. This ceremony introduced a new concept to Frankish kingship: divine blessing directly from the church. The memory of this moment surely settled deep into Charles's consciousness, a quiet seed that would later bloom into his own understanding of the relationship between earthly and divine power. Charlemagne's education likely expanded after his father became king. The royal court would have attracted learned men, and young Charles may have begun to appreciate the value of knowledge beyond the battlefield, though later accounts of Charlemagne describe him struggling to learn to write as an adult, practicing letters on tablets he kept under his pillow. He developed a deep appreciation for learning and scholars. His mother, Bertrada, known as Bertha with the big foot due to a slight physical deformity, was by all accounts a gentle influence in his life. Contemporary chronicles speak of her wisdom and diplomatic skills. She worked tirelessly to maintain peace, particularly between her husband and her stepson, Charlemagne, from Pepin's previous marriage. In the quiet moments between court duties, perhaps she shared with young Charles stories of their Frankish ancestors, tales that floated through his mind as he drifted to sleep in chambers warmed by glowing embers. The landscape of Charles's youth was one of gradual transformation. The Frankish kingdom was becoming more organized, more centralized under his father's rule. Pepin campaigned against the Lombards in Italy, strengthening ties with the papacy that would later prove so important to Charlemagne's own reign. These early years provided Charles with a living education in statecraft, watching as his father balanced military might with political alliances, religious relationships with practical governance. Charlemagne had one brother, Carloman, with whom he would eventually share rule of the Frankish kingdom. Their relationship seems to have been complex, like a slowly shifting riverbed, sometimes flowing together, sometimes diverging. They were raised to understand that leadership would one day rest on their shoulders, though neither could have foreseen how history would unfold. As Charles grew into adolescence, he would have begun taking on more responsibilities. Perhaps he accompanied his father on campaign, learning the patient art of military leadership, how to inspire men, how to maintain discipline on long marches, how to read the rolling landscape for tactical advantage. He would have observed the delicate negotiations with other rulers, the careful balance of firmness and compromise that effective leadership required. The Frankish society that shaped young Charlemagne was a blend of Roman influences, Germanic tribal traditions, and Christian practices. Imagine him participating in seasonal festivals where these elements merged like tributaries into a single flowing river. Christian prayers offered alongside traditional feasts, Roman administrative concepts adapted to govern Germanic peoples. This cultural tapestry would later influence his approach to ruling his vast empire, allowing for regional differences while creating overarching structures. In 768, when Charlemagne was in his mid-20s, his father Pepin passed away after a fever that came upon him while hunting near Paris. The kingdom was divided between Charlemagne and his brother Carloman, a common practice among the Franks that often led to tension. Charles received the outer portions of the kingdom, Austrasia, Neustria, and parts of Aquitaine, while Carloman ruled the central regions, including Burgundy, Provence, and southern Austrasia. This division marked the true beginning of Charlemagne's rule, though the fullness of his power was still years away. The brothers' relationship grew increasingly strained, like two trees whose roots compete for the same nourishing soil. Their mother Bertrada worked tirelessly to maintain peace between them, traveling between their courts with patient diplomacy. Charlemagne's early rule revealed the leadership qualities that had been cultivated throughout his youth. He showed remarkable energy, traveling constantly throughout his territories. A king who preferred to see with his own eyes rather than rely solely on reports. Imagine him riding through forests and fields, crossing rivers and mountain passes, his entourage moving like a slow, purposeful current across the landscape. In these formative years as a ruler, Charlemagne faced rebellion in Aquitaine, where the people resisted Frankish control. His response demonstrated both the military skills he had learned and a pragmatic approach to governance. rather than seeking only to punish. He worked to integrate the region more fully into his realm, respecting local customs while establishing Frankish authority. Charlemagne's personal life during these early years included his first marriages. His initial bride was Desiderata, daughter of the Lombard king Desiderius, a match arranged by his mother in hopes of securing peace between the Franks and Lombards. This union proved short-lived, however, dissolved after just 1 year for reasons that history records only in whispers. Perhaps political considerations, perhaps personal incompatibility. He then married Hildegard, a Swabian noblewoman who would bear him 9 children and remain his wife until her death 12 years later. Their relationship seems to have been one of genuine affection, a gentle harbor in the sometimes turbulent sea of early medieval politics. When Charlemagne died unexpectedly in 771, Charlemagne moved swiftly to reunite the Frankish kingdom under his sole rule. Charlemagne's widow fled with her young sons to the Lombard court in Italy, seeking protection from her father, King Desiderius, the same man whose daughter Charlemagne had briefly married and set aside. These personal connections and conflicts flowed like underground streams beneath the surface of political events. The early years of Charlemagne's life laid the foundation for his later achievements. From his father, he learned the art of rulership. From his mother, the value of diplomacy. His education, though perhaps not extensive in formal terms, gave him an appreciation for learning that would later blossom into the Carolingian Renaissance, a gentle flowering of culture and knowledge in an age often characterized as dark. The world that shaped young Charlemagne was one of gradual transition, where ancient ways slowly gave way to new forms. Roman roads still crossed the landscape, though now they carried Frankish nobles rather than legionaries. Latin remained the language of learning and administration, though now it was spoken primarily in monasteries rather than forums. Christianity had become the dominant faith, though its practices were still being adapted to local conditions, like water finding its way through new channels. In these early decades of his life, before the imperial crown, before the legendary status, Charlemagne was forming the vision that would guide his later rule, a vision of a united Christian kingdom, governed with justice, illuminated by learning. The seeds of this vision were planted in his childhood observations, nurtured through his youth, and began to take root in his early years of leadership. As we drift through these distant centuries, imagining the world that shaped the man who would become known as the father of Europe, we can almost hear the soft sounds of that long-ago time. The murmur of Latin prayers in stone churches, the gentle crackle of fires in great halls where warriors shared tales of battle, the quiet scratching of quills as monks preserved knowledge for future generations. In this world, young Charles grew, learned, and prepared for a destiny that would echo through the corridors of history like a dream remembered upon waking. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey in the gentle mist of early medieval Europe. The story of Charlemagne begins not with the man himself, but with the flowing rivers of ancestry that converged to create him. As we settle into this tale of family and heritage, let us drift back through time to the land of the Franks, where rolling hills and dense forests cradled the beginnings of a dynasty that would reshape the continent. The family tree from which Charlemagne blossomed had roots stretching deep into Frankish soil. His grandfather, Charles Martel, whose name means Charles the Hammer, was born around the year 688 in what we now call Belgium. There's something soothing in imagining this distant figure, walking through autumn forests now long vanished, contemplating the future of his people. Charles Martel was not born to royalty, but rather rose through skill and determination to become the de facto ruler of the Frankish realms. He earned his nickname through his military prowess, most famously at the Battle of Tours in 732, where the rhythmic clash of weapons eventually gave way to victory over an advancing Muslim army. The gentle flow of time carried forward, and Charles Martel's son, Pepin the Short, emerged as the next figure in this familial tapestry. Born around 714, Pepin inherited his father's political acumen, but not his imposing physical presence, despite his modest stature, which gave rise to his somewhat diminutive nickname. Pepin carried himself with quiet dignity. In 751, with the blessing of Pope Zacharias, he deposed the last Merovingian king, Childeric III, and established the Carolingian dynasty. The soft whispers of this political transformation would echo through centuries, creating the foundation upon which Charlemagne would later build. Pepin married a woman named Bertrada of Laon, also known as Bertha Broadfoot. Family stories passed down through generations speak of her wisdom and gentle influence on the household. Together, in their stone chambers warmed by crackling fires, Pepin and Bertrada welcomed their son Charles, who would one day be known as Charlemagne. Around the year 742, the exact location of his birth remains draped in the soft veil of historical uncertainty, though it was likely in the vicinity of Liege in present-day Belgium, or perhaps Aachen, which would later become his favorite residence. The cultural roots from which young Charles drew nourishment were rich and varied. The Franks themselves were a Germanic people who had settled in Gaul, gradually blending their traditions with the remnants of Roman civilization that still lingered like evening mist over the landscape. In Charlemagne's childhood home, one might have heard both the Frankish language and vulgar Latin being spoken, creating a gentle symphony of sounds that reflected the cultural mixing of the era. Family traditions in the Carolingian household would have followed the rhythm of the seasons and the church calendar. The soft glow of candles would have illuminated feast days, while the aroma of special foods, prepared according to recipes, passed down through generations, filled the air. Young Charles would have observed his father receiving visitors, dispensing justice, and attending to matters of state, all while adhering to the formal customs that governed such interactions. The education of a Frankish noble boy in this period was focused primarily on the skills of warfare and leadership, rather than book learning. Charles would have spent many peaceful hours learning to ride horses across verdant meadows, the gentle thud of hooves on soft earth creating a soothing cadence. He would have practiced with wooden swords before graduating to real weapons, the weight of responsibility gradually increasing with the weight of the blade in his young hands, while formal education, as we understand it today, was not common, even among the nobility. Charlemagne was exposed to the importance of learning through the clergy, who served the royal household. Softly spoken clerics would have taught him the basics of Christian doctrine, perhaps sharing stories from the Bible that would later influence his worldview. Though he never fully mastered the art of writing, Charlemagne developed a deep appreciation for knowledge that would later blossom into patronage of education throughout his realm. The family's religious practices were central to their identity. Christianity had been embraced by the Franks a few centuries earlier. When King Clovis I converted around the year 496, by Charlemagne's time, the gentle rhythms of Christian worship had become thoroughly integrated into Frankish culture. Though they retained elements of their Germanic heritage as well, the soft murmur of prayers in Latin would have been a constant backdrop to life in the royal household, marking the hours of the day and the seasons of the year. As evening shadows lengthened across the landscape of memory, we can imagine young Charles listening to tales of his ancestors told around the hearth, stories of Merovingian kings with their long, flowing hair, a symbol of their sacred status, would have mingled with accounts of his grandfather's victories. These narratives, passed down like precious heirlooms from one generation to the next, helped shape Charles's understanding of his place in the world and the legacy he had inherited. The Frankish tradition of dividing inheritance equally among sons had led to frequent conflicts in previous generations. The realm would be split, brother would fight against brother, and unity would dissolve like morning mist under the rising sun. This pattern had weakened the Merovingian dynasty and created the opportunity for Charles Martel and then Pepin to rise to power. Young Charles would have absorbed these lessons of history, perhaps forming even in childhood the dream of a united kingdom that would later define his reign. The cultural context of Charlemagne's origins was one of gradual transition. Roman influence still lingered in architecture, law, and administration, while Germanic customs governed many aspects of daily life. Christianity provided a unifying framework, though its practice varied considerably from region to region, with local traditions often incorporated into religious observances. This blending of influences created a rich tapestry of culture that would later inform Charlemagne's vision of a renewed Roman Empire infused with Christian values. Family meals in the Carolingian household would have brought together these various cultural strands. The soft clink of metal goblets, the gentle tearing of bread, the murmur of conversation. These sensory experiences formed the backdrop to discussions of governance, faith, and family matters. Frankish nobles typically dined on a variety of meats, including venison, boar, and domesticated animals, accompanied by bread, cheese, and seasonal vegetables. Wine diluted with water was the common beverage, its mellow warmth encouraging conversation that flowed like the liquid itself. When Charlemagne was around 7 years old, his father Pepin was formally anointed King of the Franks by Pope Stephen II, who had traveled across the Alps seeking Frankish protection against the Lombards. This ceremony, with its solemn chants and the sweet scent of holy oil, would have made a profound impression on young Charles. The concept of a sacred kingship, blessed by the Church and responsible to God for the welfare of its people, took root in his consciousness like a seed planted in fertile soil. As Charles grew into adolescence, he began to accompany his father on campaigns and to attend important meetings, learning the art of governance through observation and gradually increasing participation. The relationship between father and son was likely one of respectful mentorship rather than warm affection, as was common in noble families of the time. Pepin was preparing his son for leadership, a task he approached with the seriousness it deserved. Frankish society was structured around personal bonds of loyalty and obligation. From his earliest years, Charles would have observed the ceremonies in which free men pledged their service to his father, kneeling before the king with hands clasped between his. These rituals, performed with dignified solemnity, reinforced the interconnected nature of Frankish society and the mutual responsibilities of lords and their followers. When Charlemagne was in his mid-20s, his father Pepin died, and the kingdom was divided between Charles and his younger brother Charlemagne. This division followed Frankish custom, but created tension between the brothers that was only resolved when Charlemagne died unexpectedly in 771, leaving Charles as the sole ruler of the united Frankish kingdom. Some historians have suggested that the relationship between the brothers was strained by their different temperaments and approaches to governance. Though the historical records offer only the softest whispers of these personal dynamics, Charlemagne's early marriages reflected both political considerations and personal inclinations. His first wife was a Lombard princess named Desiderata, a union arranged to secure an alliance with the Lombard kingdom in northern Italy. However, this marriage was short-lived and was annulled within a year. He then married Hildegard, a woman of Swabian nobility, with whom he had 9 children. The gentle rhythm of family life continued alongside the demands of kingship, with Hildegard managing the royal household and raising their children, while Charles attended to matters of state. The family traditions established during these early years would continue throughout Charlemagne's reign. Despite his many military campaigns and administrative responsibilities, he maintained a close connection with his children, taking an interest in their education and future prospects. His daughters were not married off immediately for political advantage, as was common practice, but remained at court well into adulthood, suggesting a familial bond that transcended purely political considerations. As Charlemagne's power and influence grew, so too did his family circle. In addition to his legitimate children, he had several children by concubines, all of whom were acknowledged and provided for. This extended family created a complex web of relationships that sometimes included tension and rivalry, but also provided Charlemagne with loyal supporters who could be trusted with important responsibilities. The cultural identity that Charlemagne developed through his family heritage and upbringing was neither purely Frankish nor Roman, but a unique synthesis that looked both backward to ancient traditions and forward to new possibilities. He saw himself as the heir to Roman imperial authority, but also as a Germanic king responsible for the welfare of his people, according to ancient custom. He was a devoted Christian who supported the church, but also maintained certain aspects of Frankish tradition that predated Christianization. This blending of influences is perhaps best symbolized by Charlemagne's palace complex at Aachen, where he eventually established his primary residence. The architecture combined Roman elements, such as the grand audience hall modeled on imperial basilicas, with local building techniques better suited to the northern climate. The palace chapel, with its octagonal design inspired by Byzantine churches, contained columns and marble brought from Italy, and even as far away as Ravenna, creating a physical manifestation of Charlemagne's vision of cultural synthesis. As our thoughts drift gently through these layers of family history and cultural context, we can see how the world that shaped Charlemagne was one of gradual transition, where ancient ways slowly gave way to new forms. Roman roads still crossed the landscape, though now they carried Frankish nobles rather than legionaries. Latin remained the language of learning and administration, though now it was spoken primarily in monasteries rather than forums. Christianity had become the dominant faith, though its practices were still being adapted to local conditions. In these formative years, before the imperial crown, before the legendary status, Charlemagne absorbed the lessons of his family history and cultural heritage. The stories of ancestors who rose from relative obscurity to positions of power taught him the value of determination and skill. The failures of previous generations to maintain unity informed his commitment to creating a stable, centralized government. The rich tapestry of cultural influences surrounding him inspired his vision of a renewed Roman Empire infused with Christian values and Frankish vigor. As sleep begins to envelop us like a soft blanket on a winter's night, we can almost hear the distant echoes of that long ago time. The murmur of Latin prayers in stone churches, the gentle crackle of fires in great halls where warriors shared tales of battle, the quiet scratching of quills as monks preserved knowledge for future generations. In this world, young Charles grew, learned, and prepared for a destiny that would flow through the centuries like a river, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, but always moving forward through the landscape of European history. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle light of early morning, when mist still clung to the valleys of what we now call France, a child named Charles opened his eyes to a world caught between what had been and what would be. This boy, whom history would later call Charlemagne or Charles the Great, spent his childhood days in the middle of the 8th century, in a landscape where ancient Roman ruins stood alongside timber-framed Frankish halls, where Christian churches rose near sacred groves of earlier times. The physical environment of young Charles's childhood was one of striking natural beauty and diversity. The Frankish lands over which his father, Pepin the Short, ruled stretched across vast territories of what would later become France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and parts of Germany. In these lands, deep forests of oak and beech trees covered rolling hills, their leaves rustling softly in summer breezes, creating a gentle symphony that might have lulled the young prince to sleep on warm afternoons. These woodlands were not merely beautiful, they were essential to daily life, providing timber for building, fuel for warmth, and habitat for the deer, boar, and other game animals that graced the tables of nobility. Rivers flowed through this landscape like silver ribbons, connecting communities and serving as natural highways for travel and trade. The Rhine, the Meuse, the Seine, the Loire. These waterways carried boats laden with goods and messengers, bearing news from distant parts of the realm. Along their banks, mist would rise in the cool mornings, transforming the landscape into something dreamlike and mysterious. A fitting backdrop for a childhood that would later be shrouded in legend. The changing seasons brought their own rhythms to young Charles's world. Winter would blanket the land in snow, forcing life to turn inward. In the great halls where the royal family resided, fires would burn day and night, casting flickering shadows on stone walls, while outside, the world lay quiet under its white covering. Spring would arrive with gentle persistence, bringing wildflowers to meadows and the soft green of new leaves to the forests. Summer brought abundance, with fields of grain swaying in warm breezes, and autumn painted the landscape in rich golds and reds before the cycle began again. The built environment of Charles's childhood reflected the transitional nature of his era. The Frankish nobility, including the royal family, did not maintain a single capital or palace, but instead moved regularly between various royal estates scattered throughout their territories. This practice, known as an itinerant court, meant that young Charles experienced many different settings as he grew. These royal estates typically featured a main hall constructed of timber or stone, surrounded by various outbuildings, kitchens, storehouses, stables, workshops, and quarters for the numerous servants and officials who attended the royal family. The halls themselves were spacious, but simple by later medieval standards. Tapestries might hang on walls to provide both decoration and insulation against the cold. Rush lights and oil lamps cast pools of warm light in the evenings, while during the day, sunlight filtered through small windows, creating patterns of light and shadow on wooden floors worn smooth by generations of feet. The sounds of such a household would form the backdrop of Charles's earliest memories, the murmur of conversations in both the Frankish language and Latin, the clatter of cooking implements in the kitchen, the occasional bark of hunting dogs in the courtyard, the rhythmic striking of a blacksmith's hammer from the nearby forge, and the soft footfalls of servants moving through the halls. These sounds would blend with natural ones. Birdsong in the morning, the rustle of wind through trees, the distant lowing of cattle in pastures, creating a gentle auditory tapestry that wrapped around daily life. The sense of Charles's childhood would have been equally rich and varied. The woody aroma of fires burning in hearths, the earthy smell of leather and furs used for clothing and bedding, the sweet fragrance of fresh bread baking, the pungent odors of herbs used for both cooking and medicine, the clean scent of fresh linen, and the occasional waft of incense from religious ceremonies. In spring and summer, the air would carry the perfume of wildflowers and fresh grass. In autumn, the smell of ripening fruit and harvested grain. In winter, the crisp scent of snow and the comforting aroma of mulled wine. The taste of food in this era was distinctive and would have shaped Charles's sensory experiences. Meals for nobility were varied but seasonal. Bread was a staple, accompanied by meats including venison, boar, and domestic animals. Fish was important, especially on religious fast days. Fruits and vegetables appeared according to the season, and honey was the primary sweetener. Meals were often flavored with herbs and spices, though the exotic spices that would later define medieval cuisine were less common in this earlier period. Wine, watered for children, would have been a common drink, along with ale and mead. Beyond the immediate household, the social environment of Charles's childhood was complex and multi-layered. The Frankish kingdom, over which his father ruled, was not a unified state in the modern sense, but rather a collection of territories held together by personal loyalties and military power. The nobility consisted of powerful families whose support was essential to the king's rule. These nobles maintained their own households and retinues, creating a network of power centers throughout the realm. The church formed another crucial element of this social landscape. Bishops and abbots were not merely religious figures, but powerful lords in their own right, controlling vast estates and wielding significant political influence. Monasteries dotted the countryside, centers of learning where manuscripts were copied and preserved, maintaining a tenuous link to the classical past while adapting to the needs of a changing world. For a young prince like Charles, daily life would have included elements of both education and preparation for future responsibilities. While formal schooling, as we understand it today, did not exist, he would have received instruction from clerics in basic literacy, likely learning to read and perhaps write Latin, the language of administration and scholarship. He would have studied religious texts and perhaps some classical works that had survived the centuries since Rome's fall. Equally important to his education would have been training in the martial skills expected of a Frankish nobleman. From an early age, he would have learned horsemanship, how to handle weapons, and the basics of military strategy. These lessons would not have been confined to formal training sessions, but would have been integrated into daily activities like hunting, which was both recreation and practical preparation for warfare. The rhythm of days in Charles's childhood would have been marked by religious observances. The Christian calendar, with its feast days and fasting periods, provided structure to the year. Daily prayers punctuated the hours, with the royal household likely gathering for religious services in the chapel that would have been part of any royal estate. These rituals would have instilled in the young prince a sense of the sacred that would later influence his policies as ruler. As Charles grew from child to youth, the social circle around him would have expanded. Sons of noble families might have been sent to the royal household to be raised alongside the prince, creating bonds that would later translate into political alliances. Visitors to the court, ambassadors from neighboring kingdoms, church officials, merchants bringing exotic goods, would have brought news and ideas from beyond the boundaries of the Frankish lands, gradually widening Charles's understanding of the world. The physical spaces of Charles's childhood were not merely settings, but active influences on his development. The open landscapes of the Frankish territories, with their vast forests and rolling plains, might have nurtured in him the expansive vision that would later lead to the creation of an empire. The movement between different royal estates would have given him an intimate knowledge of the geography and people of his father's realm, a knowledge that would serve him well when he came to rule. The built spaces around him, with their blend of Roman, Gallic, and Germanic elements, reflected the cultural synthesis that was occurring throughout the Frankish lands. Roman roads still crossed the landscape, though now they carried Frankish nobles rather than legionaries. Stone churches incorporated elements of Roman architecture, but served the needs of a Christian population. In these physical structures, young Charles would have seen a tangible representation of how the past could be adapted to serve the present, a lesson he would apply on a grand scale during his reign. The social environment of Charles's childhood, with its complex interplay of royal authority, noble power, and ecclesiastical influence, provided him with a nuanced understanding of governance. He would have observed his father navigating these relationships, learning how to balance competing interests and maintain the loyalties necessary for effective rule. The presence of clerics and scholars at court would have exposed him to ideas about the relationship between spiritual and temporal authority, ideas that would later inform his own conception of kingship. As twilight settles over our thoughts, we might imagine young Charles standing at the edge of a forest near one of the royal estates, looking out over fields where peasants are bringing in the harvest. The sun casts long shadows across the land, and in the distance, the spire of a church rises against the evening sky. The air carries the scent of ripening apples and wood smoke from cooking fires. Around him, the activities of the day are winding down, horses being led to stables, servants preparing the evening meal, nobles gathering in the hall to share news and stories. In this moment, the future emperor is still just a boy, absorbing the world around him through all his senses, storing away experiences and observations that will one day shape his vision for a renewed empire. The physical and social landscape of his childhood is laying the foundation for the man he will become. A ruler whose ambitions and achievements will echo through the centuries, whose name will become synonymous with a cultural renaissance, whose legacy will help define European identity. As our consciousness drifts toward sleep, we can imagine the soft sounds of that distant time fading like a lullaby, the gentle closing of wooden doors, the murmured conversations in languages no longer spoken, the soft footsteps on stone floors worn smooth by centuries of use. In this twilight space between wakefulness and dreams, we can almost feel the weight of history settling around us like a comfortable blanket, reminding us that even the greatest figures of the past were once children, shaped by the ordinary experiences of daily life in the particular time and place where they were born. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As twilight settles over our thoughts, we might imagine young Charles standing at the edge of a forest near one of the royal estates, looking out over fields where peasants are bringing in the harvest. The sun casts long shadows across the land, and in the distance, the spire of a church rises against the evening sky. The air carries the scent of ripening apples and wood smoke from cooking fires. Around him, the activities of the day are winding down, horses being led to stables, servants preparing the evening meal, nobles gathering in the hall to share news and stories. In this moment, the future emperor is still just a boy, absorbing the world around him through all his senses, storing away experiences and observations that will one day shape his vision for a renewed empire. The physical and social landscape of his childhood is laying the foundation for the man he will become. A ruler whose ambitions and achievements will echo through the centuries, whose name will become synonymous with a cultural renaissance, whose legacy will help define European identity. As our consciousness drifts toward sleep, we can imagine the soft sounds of that distant time fading like a lullaby, the gentle closing of wooden doors, the murmured conversations in languages no longer spoken, the soft footsteps on stone floors worn smooth by centuries of use. In this twilight space between wakefulness and dreams, we can almost feel the weight of history settling around us like a comfortable blanket, reminding us that even the greatest figures of the past were once children, shaped by the ordinary experiences of daily life in the particular time and place where they were born. The education of young Charles began in ways both formal and informal, flowing through his days like a gentle stream that would eventually become a mighty river. Unlike many rulers of his time, Charlemagne's early learning did not take place primarily within monastery walls or under the strict guidance of clerical scholars. Instead, his first classroom was the world itself, the royal courts where his father, Pepin the Short, conducted the business of the kingdom, the great halls where visiting dignitaries brought news from distant lands, and the open countryside where he learned to ride and hunt like a true Frankish nobleman. The soft glow of candles would have illuminated the evenings of his youth as he listened to the oral traditions of his people, tales of heroic deeds, ancient battles, and the wisdom of ancestors passed down through generations. These stories, told and retold around glowing hearths, planted the seeds of a deep appreciation for narrative and history that would blossom later in his life. The rhythm of these tales, rising and falling like gentle waves against a shore, formed patterns in his young mind that would later help him understand the flow of human events and the cycles of power. His formal education was practical rather than literary in those early years. He learned the arts of warfare and governance by watching his father and the nobles of the court, the soft clink of armor being donned, the patient explanations of battle tactics, the careful observation of how a king speaks to his subjects. All these lessons absorbed through his senses rather than from written texts. The Frankish nobility valued physical prowess and martial skill, and young Charles excelled in these areas, his body growing strong and agile under the guidance of experienced warriors who recognized the importance of preparing the prince for his future responsibilities. Languages flowed around him like gentle breezes, the Latin of the church and administration, the Germanic dialect of his Frankish heritage, perhaps even traces of Gallo-Roman speech that lingered in some regions, though he would never become fully literate in the sense of writing with his own hand. His ear became attuned to these different modes of expression, allowing him to understand the subtle nuances of diplomatic communication. His mind absorbed the cadences and structures of multiple languages, creating neural pathways that would later help him appreciate the importance of clear communication across his vast domains. As the seasons turned and Charles grew from boy to youth, his education began to take on more structure. Historians believe that his mother, Bertrada of Leon, may have played a significant role in ensuring that her son received instruction beyond mere martial training. The soft guidance of a mother's hand, directing a child toward knowledge and wisdom, is often overlooked in historical accounts that focus on battles and conquests. Yet, in those quiet moments, perhaps as evening shadows lengthened across stone floors, she may have encouraged in him a curiosity about the world that extended beyond the immediate concerns of the Frankish court. When Charles was in his early teens, his father Pepin began to include him more directly in matters of state. Like a master craftsman showing an apprentice the finer points of a trade, Pepin allowed his son to observe diplomatic negotiations, judicial proceedings, and the complex web of relationships that bound together the diverse elements of the Frankish kingdom. The soft rustle of parchment documents, the measured tones of royal pronouncements, the careful deliberations of advisors. All these became part of Charles's education in statecraft. It was during these formative years that Charles likely encountered some of the learned clerics who served in his father's administration. The Frankish court, while not yet the center of learning, it would become under Charlemagne's own rule, nevertheless attracted men of education who could handle the necessary documentation of governance. These clerics, with their knowledge of Latin texts and Christian doctrine, represented a different kind of wisdom than that of the warrior nobles. Their influence on the young prince was like gentle rain falling on fertile soil, nourishing ideas that would later flourish. One can imagine the young Charles sitting slightly apart from a group of clerics, perhaps pretending to be engaged in some other activity, while actually listening intently to their discussions of theology, history, or law. The soft murmur of their scholarly debates might have seemed at first like a foreign language, but gradually, key concepts would have become familiar. The structure of the church, the legacy of Rome, the writings of the church fathers. These fragments of knowledge, gathered almost by osmosis, would later be woven together into a coherent vision of a Christian empire. As he approached adulthood, Charles's education expanded to include more direct interaction with books and documents. Though he never mastered the art of writing, later sources tell us that he kept writing tablets under his pillow and practiced forming letters in his spare moments, but never achieved fluency. He developed a deep appreciation for the written word and its power to preserve and transmit knowledge across time and space. The gentle turning of parchment pages, the soft focus required to follow lines of text, the patient explanations of learned men translating Latin passages. These experiences opened new worlds to his curious mind when Charles ascended to co-rule with his brother Charlemagne, following their father's death in 768. His education entered yet another phase. Now learning through direct experience, he faced the challenges of governance with a blend of the practical wisdom gained from his father and the intellectual concepts introduced by his clerical advisors, like a river gathering strength from various tributaries. His understanding of leadership drew from multiple sources: Frankish tradition, Roman precedent, and Christian principles. It was during these early years of rule that Charles began to form relationships with some of the scholars who would later play crucial roles in his cultural program. Among these was Peter of Pisa, a grammarian who helped the young king improve his Latin. We might picture them in a quiet chamber, the soft glow of oil lamps illuminating manuscripts as Peter gently corrects Charles's pronunciation or explains the subtleties of Latin grammar. These lessons, delivered with patience and respect for the king's intelligence, helped Charles bridge the gap between his practical upbringing and the literary culture he increasingly valued. Another significant influence during this period was Alcuin of York, a Saxon scholar who would eventually become the chief architect of Charlemagne's educational reforms. Their first meeting, possibly during one of Charles's campaigns in Saxony, marks the beginning of an intellectual friendship that would transform the cultural landscape of Europe. Imagine the two men walking slowly through a monastery garden, their conversation flowing easily from practical matters of administration to philosophical questions about the nature of knowledge and the proper education of Christian rulers. The soft crunch of gravel beneath their feet, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant chanting of monks at their devotions, all forming a peaceful backdrop to an exchange of ideas that would bear fruit for generations to come. As Charles consolidated his power, becoming sole ruler after his brother's death, and expanding his territories through diplomatic maneuvering and military campaigns, his intellectual horizons continued to broaden. Each new region brought contact with different traditions of learning and governance. Like a traveler collecting precious objects from distant lands, Charles gathered ideas and practices that appealed to his growing vision of a unified Christian kingdom. The soft blending of diverse cultural elements, Frankish, Roman, Visigothic, Lombard, Saxon, created a rich tapestry of influences that informed his approach to rule. By the time Charles reached his 30s, his informal education had given him a remarkable breadth of knowledge for a ruler of his era. Though not a scholar in the traditional sense, he had developed an appreciation for learning that set him apart from many of his contemporaries. His court began to attract learned men from across Europe, drawn by the king's genuine interest in their knowledge. and his willingness to support their studies. The soft glow of intellectual curiosity that had been kindled in his youth now burned steadily, casting light on new possibilities for cultural revival. It was this accumulated wisdom, practical and theoretical, martial and literary, secular and religious, that prepared Charles for his greatest educational initiative, the Carolingian Renaissance. Like a gardener who has spent years studying various plants and growing techniques before designing a grand garden, Charles had absorbed enough knowledge to envision a systematic program of cultural renewal. The soft persistence of his self-education, continuing even as he ruled an expanding kingdom, gave him the insight needed to recognize both the value of ancient learning and the practical steps required to preserve and extend it. In his palace at Aachen, which would become the center of this Renaissance, Charles established a school that brought together scholars from across his realms. The soft scrape of chalk on slate tablets, the gentle guidance of teachers helping students master Latin grammar, the quiet concentration of scribes copying ancient texts. These sounds and images would have pleased the king, who had come to value learning so highly, though he sometimes participated in lessons himself, still working to improve his own education even as emperor. His greater contribution was creating the conditions where knowledge could flourish and spread. As evening shadows lengthen across our thoughts, we might imagine Charlemagne in his later years, perhaps sitting in his palace at Aachen, surrounded by the fruits of his lifelong pursuit of knowledge. Books that would have been rare treasures in his youth now fill the palace library, their carefully illuminated pages preserving the wisdom of the past for future generations. Scholars from distant lands converse in Latin, their discussions ranging from theology to astronomy, from history to mathematics. Young nobles, including the emperor's own children and grandchildren, receive the systematic education that he himself never had in youth. The soft satisfaction of seeing his educational vision realized must have provided Charlemagne with a different kind of fulfillment than his military victories. As the candles burn low and night descends, we can picture the aging emperor listening to a reading from Augustine or Virgil, his eyes perhaps closing occasionally with the weariness of years, but his mind still engaged with the ideas being expressed. The self-taught ruler who transformed the intellectual landscape of Europe drifts toward sleep, surrounded by the gentle rustle of parchment and the soft voices of the learned men he gathered around him. And as we too drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how Charlemagne's educational journey, beginning with practical observation, expanding through conversation with learned advisors, and culminating in the creation of institutions that would preserve and transmit knowledge, mirrors, in some ways, our own lifelong pursuit of understanding. The gentle accumulation of wisdom, day by day and year by year, shapes not only individual lives, but the course of history itself. With this comforting thought, we can allow ourselves to sink deeper into relaxation, carried by the soft currents of time toward the peaceful shores of sleep. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet hush of evening, as the firelight flickers low and the weight of years settles gently upon his shoulders, Charlemagne might have reflected on the figures who shaped his life, those guiding stars, whose wisdom and presence left lasting imprints upon his mind and heart. His journey was not walked alone, but alongside mentors, friends, and scholars, whose voices echoed in his thoughts long after their lessons were given. The first and most enduring influence was his father, Pepin the Short, a man whose quiet strength and steady governance provided young Charles with his earliest lessons in leadership. Though Pepin was a warrior king, he understood the delicate balance of power, how to wield a sword, yes, but also how to negotiate, to listen, to build alliances, rather than merely enforce them. Young Charles would have watched him closely, absorbing the way a ruler must be both firm and fair, how diplomacy could sometimes achieve what force alone could not. Though Pepin died when Charles was still young, his presence lingered like a shadow cast by a great oak, leaving behind roots from which his son would grow. Then there was his mother, Bertrada of Leon, a woman of sharp intellect and deep piety. In the halls of his childhood, she would have been a steadying force, teaching him the value of patience, the importance of faith, and the quiet power of maternal wisdom. Some stories say she accompanied Pepin on diplomatic missions, a rare thing for a queen of her time. And if so, Charles would have seen in her an example of how wisdom could come from unexpected places. Even as he grew into manhood, he continued to seek her counsel, a testament to the enduring bond between them. As he grew older, the circle of influences widened. One of the most significant figures was Alcuin of York, the scholar who would become the cornerstone of Charlemagne's intellectual revival. Their first meeting was likely a quiet one, an aging scholar from distant England, his mind filled with the wisdom of antiquity. Standing before a king hungry for knowledge, Alcuin did not come to flatter or to serve as a mere ornament of court. He came to teach, to question, to challenge. Under his guidance, Charlemagne's court became a beacon of learning, a place where the works of Cicero, Augustine, and Boethius were studied with reverence. Alcuin's letters to the king were filled with warmth and gentle admonitions, urging him to seek not just conquest, but understanding. Over time, their relationship deepened from that of teacher and student into one of genuine friendship, a rare and precious thing for a man who ruled alone. Another guiding light was Paul the Deacon, a Lombard scholar whose knowledge of history and poetry enriched the intellectual atmosphere of the court. His voice, soft yet firm, would have filled the palace halls as he recited the deeds of ancient kings or composed verses in praise of learning. Unlike the warrior nobles who surrounded Charlemagne, Paul was a man of letters, proof that wisdom could be as mighty as the sword. His presence was a reminder that even in an age of battle and bloodshed, the written word could endure, preserving the past for those yet to come. And then there was Einhard, the small-statured but sharp-witted chronicler who would one day write the most intimate account of Charlemagne's life. Their bond was one of deep trust, built over years of quiet conversations and shared confidences. Einhard saw the emperor not just as a conqueror, but as a man prone to laughter, to frustration, to moments of doubt. He recorded the small details that others might overlook: Charlemagne's love of swimming, his habit of inviting his children to dine with him, his preference for simple Frankish dress, despite the grandeur of his station. In Einhard's care, the emperor was not a distant legend, but a living, breathing soul, shaped by the people who walked beside him. Of course, not all influences were gentle. The wars he fought, the rivals he faced, even the Pope who crowned him, all left their marks. Pope Leo III, in particular, played a pivotal role in shaping Charlemagne's legacy. Their alliance was one of necessity as much as faith, a delicate dance of politics and piety that culminated in that fateful Christmas Day coronation in Rome. Whether Charlemagne truly desired the imperial title, or whether it was thrust upon him, remains a mystery. But what is certain is that Leo's actions forever altered the course of European history, binding the fortunes of church and empire in ways that would echo for centuries. As the years passed and Charlemagne's hair turned silver, he must have thought often of those who had guided him, those now gone, like Alcuin and his parents, and those still present, like Einhard, whose pen continued to trace the contours of his life. The lessons they taught him were not merely about statecraft or scholarship, but about something deeper: the understanding that no man, not even an emperor, stands alone. Every life is shaped by those who cross its path, whether for a brief moment or a lifetime. And so, as the fire burns low and the night deepens, we can imagine Charlemagne drifting into sleep, surrounded by the echoes of those voices: his father's steady guidance, his mother's quiet wisdom, Alcuin's scholarly debates, Einhard's faithful recollections. They are with him still, as much a part of his legacy as the empire he built. And as we too settle into rest, we might take comfort in the thought that we, like him, are shaped by those we meet along the way: their words, their lessons, their presence lingering long after the moment has passed. Sleep comes softly now, like the turning of a page in an old and well-loved book, and with it, the peaceful certainty that no journey is ever truly walked alone. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story, long before the weight of empire rested on his shoulders, before the silver threaded his beard and the crown adorned his brow. Charlemagne was simply Charles, a young prince stepping into the vast and uncertain world of Frankish politics. His beginnings were humble in the way that all great stories begin, not with fanfare, but with quiet lessons learned at the side of those who came before him. His father, Pepin the Short, was a man of measured strength, a king who had united the Franks under one rule, and it was in his shadow that young Charles first learned the art of leadership. The world into which Charles was born was one of shifting alliances and fragile peace. The Merovingian kings had faded into memory, their rule supplanted by his own family, the Carolingians. But power was never secure in those days. Borders were fluid. Loyalties could waver like reeds in the wind. And the young prince understood early that to rule was to navigate a landscape as unpredictable as the seasons. His first lessons were not in grand strategy, but in the quiet, daily acts of governance. Listening to the grievances of farmers, settling disputes between nobles, learning the rhythms of the land and the people who depended on it. When Charles was still a boy, his father took him on campaign, not as a warrior, but as an observer. He watched as Pepin negotiated with Saxon chieftains, as he tempered justice with mercy, as he balanced the demands of the church with the needs of his warriors. These were not lessons written in books, but lived in the dust of the road, in the murmurs of the council tent, in the way a king carried himself when no one was watching. Charles absorbed it all, storing away each moment like precious coin. Then, in the year 768, Pepin died, and the kingdom was divided, as was the Frankish custom, between Charles and his younger brother, Charlemagne. The division was meant to keep peace, but brothers are not always destined to share a throne. The two were as different as night and day. Charles, broad-shouldered and restless, with a mind that raced like a river in spring. Charlemagne, quieter, more cautious, content to rule his portion without seeking more. Their courts grew distant, their advisors whispered, and the fragile unity their father had built began to fray at the edges. It was in these early years of kingship that Charles faced his first true test, not in battle, but in patience. He could have pressed his claim, could have rallied his warriors, and taken what he believed was his by right of strength. But he had learned from his father that a king must sometimes wait, must measure his steps carefully. So he bided his time, tending to his own lands, strengthening his alliances, proving himself not through force alone, but through wisdom. And then, as swiftly as a storm passes, Charlemagne died suddenly, unexpectedly, leaving Charles as the sole ruler of the Franks. The year was 771, and the path ahead was his alone to walk. There were those who doubted him, who whispered that he was too young, too untested, that the weight of the crown would crush him. But Charles had spent a lifetime preparing for this moment, and he would not falter. His first acts as king were not grand conquests, but careful consolidations. He secured the loyalty of his brother's former supporters, not through threats, but through oaths sworn over shared cups of wine and promises kept. He married the daughter of the Lombard king, forging an alliance that would one day prove both a strength and a complication. And he began the slow, steady work of bringing order to the scattered corners of his realm, rebuilding monasteries, restoring roads, ensuring that justice was more than just a word spoken in the halls of power. One of his earliest challenges came from Aquitaine, a land that had long resisted Frankish rule. The nobles there saw in Charles a young king, untested, and they rose in rebellion, thinking they could shake off his yoke. But Charles moved with a speed that stunned them. He led his army south, not with the reckless fury of a conqueror, but with the precision of a man who understood that war was as much about endurance as it was about strength. He besieged their strongholds, outmaneuvered their forces, and when the rebellion was crushed, he did not punish them with fire and sword, but with measured justice, sparing those who swore loyalty, ensuring that the land would not rise against him again. It was in these early campaigns that he began to assemble the men who would shape his reign. There was Roland, his nephew, fierce and loyal, whose legend would one day echo through song. There was Alcuin, the scholar from distant York, who would teach him that an empire was built not just on battlefields, but in the quiet halls of learning. And there were the countless lesser names, the stewards who managed his estates, the priests who recorded his decrees, the warriors who stood at his side, each one a thread in the tapestry of his rule. The world around him was one of constant motion. To the east, the Saxons raided and retreated, their warbands slipping like shadows across the border. To the south, the Umayyad Caliphate loomed, a distant but ever-present threat, and in Rome, the Pope watched carefully, knowing that the Franks were now the strongest power in Christendom, their king a man who could shape the fate of the Church itself. Charles understood that to rule was to balance all these forces, to be warrior and diplomat, judge and scholar. And so he set himself to learning, to growing, to becoming more than the boy who had inherited a divided kingdom. He studied Latin late into the night, struggling over the words until they flowed as easily as his native tongue. He questioned Alcuin about the stars, about history, about the nature of kingship itself. He listened to the songs of his bards, knowing that stories could bind men together as surely as laws. By the time he was 30, he was no longer the untested prince who had taken the throne. He was Charlemagne, Charles the Great, a king whose name was spoken with respect from the shores of the North Sea to the walls of Rome. But even then, in the quiet moments when the fires burned low and the hall was empty, he must have remembered those early days, the uncertainty, the lessons learned, the slow and steady steps that had brought him here. And as the years stretched on, as his hair turned silver and his empire grew vast, those early trials would remain with him, like the first notes of a song that lingers long after the music has ended. For every great life begins not with triumph, but with small, quiet moments, lessons learned, challenges faced, the slow and steady turning of the wheel that carries us forward into the unknown. So let us rest now, as the fire dims and the night deepens, knowing that even the mightiest oaks begin as tender saplings, and that every journey, no matter how grand, starts with a single step. Sleep comes softly, like the turning of the seasons, and with it, the gentle assurance that growth is slow but sure, and that even the greatest of stories begin in stillness, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. The story of Charlemagne is one of gradual expansion, patient governance, and enduring vision. After securing his kingdom, he turned his gaze outward, not with the reckless hunger of a conqueror, but with the steady determination of a ruler who believed in order, faith, and learning. His empire grew not by chance, but through careful planning, alliances forged in trust, and battles fought only when necessary. The lands he brought under his rule stretched from the forests of Saxony to the sunlit hills of Italy, and though the sword was sometimes needed to bring rebellious lords to heel, it was his wisdom in peace that made his reign truly remarkable. One of his greatest challenges lay in the wild, untamed lands of Saxony, where pagan tribes resisted his rule and the spread of Christianity. For years, he campaigned there, not merely to conquer, but to integrate these lands into his growing empire. He built churches and monasteries, not as symbols of domination, but as centers of learning and faith. He knew that true unity came not just from the edge of the sword, but from shared beliefs, laws, and culture. And so, slowly, the fierce Saxon warriors became part of his realm, their chieftains swearing oaths of loyalty, their people learning the ways of the Frankish kingdom. It was a long process, filled with setbacks and rebellions, but in time, the land grew peaceful, the roads safer, the fields more fertile. His devotion to the church was unwavering, and it was this faith that led him to Rome in the year 800. The city, once the heart of an empire now faded into memory, still held immense spiritual power. On Christmas Day, as the scent of incense filled the air and the chants of priests echoed through the ancient basilica, Pope Leo III placed a crown upon Charlemagne's head and declared him Emperor of the Romans. It was a moment of profound significance, not just for him, but for all of Europe. The title had been dormant for centuries, and its revival marked the birth of a new era, one where the ideals of Rome would live again, tempered by Christian virtue and Frankish strength. He did not seek the title for vanity. He accepted it as a duty, a sacred trust to protect the faith and guide his people. But Charlemagne's greatness lay not only in his conquests or his coronation. It was in the quiet, steady work of governance that his true legacy took shape. He traveled tirelessly throughout his empire, listening to grievances, settling disputes, and ensuring that justice was not just a word, but a living practice. He gathered the wisest men of his time, scholars, monks, poets, and brought them to his court, where they worked to preserve the knowledge of the ancient world. Manuscripts that might have been lost to time were carefully copied by scribes in monasteries, their delicate ink strokes preserving the wisdom of Rome and Greece. He himself, though not a scholar by training, took great interest in learning, studying late into the night by candlelight, always seeking to better himself so that he might better serve his people. He reformed the laws, not by imposing his will arbitrarily, but by blending the customs of the Franks with the traditions of the lands he ruled. He issued capitularies, edicts that addressed everything from the rights of peasants to the duties of bishops, always with an eye toward fairness and order. He understood that an empire held together by fear would crumble, but one built on laws and mutual respect could endure. And so, markets flourished, trade routes stretched farther than they had in centuries, and the people, though they still labored under the hardships of their time, knew that their ruler cared for their well-being. Even in his later years, when his steps grew slower and his once boundless energy began to wane, he remained a figure of immense presence. His court at Aachen became a beacon of culture, where the finest minds of Europe gathered to debate, to teach, to create. The palace chapel, with its soaring arches and glittering mosaics, stood as a testament to his vision, a place where heaven and earth seemed to meet. The school he founded there nurtured generations of scholars, ensuring that the light of knowledge would not flicker out in the long night of the early Middle Ages. And when at last his time came, when his breath grew shallow and his eyes dimmed, those who stood by his side knew that they had witnessed something extraordinary. He was buried in his beloved chapel, beneath the stones he had so carefully chosen. And though his body returned to the earth, his legacy did not fade. The empire he built would fracture in time, divided among his heirs. But the idea of a united Christendom, of a ruler who was both strong and just, would endure. His name became a whisper in the halls of kings, a standard against which later rulers measured themselves. The scholars he had nurtured continued their work. The monasteries he had protected preserved their books, and the laws he had established guided generations, yet unborn. Even now, centuries later, his shadow stretches long over the tapestry of history, not as a conqueror remembered only for his battles, but as a king who understood that true greatness lies in building, in teaching, in leaving the world better than he found it. And so, as the embers of the fire glow softly, and the night wraps itself around you like a quiet embrace, remember that the mightiest of deeds are often the ones done patiently, day by day, with care and purpose. The story of Charlemagne is not just one of crowns and conquests, but of a man who believed in the slow, steady work of making a better world. And in that belief, in that quiet perseverance, there is a lesson for all of us, a reminder that even the grandest of dreams begin with a single, determined step. Now let the stillness of the night carry you, as it once carried him, into the gentle arms of sleep, where dreams unfold like the pages of an ancient book, and the past and present merge into the soft, unhurried rhythm of rest. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The life of Charlemagne was woven with moments of decision, crossroads where the path ahead could have led to entirely different futures, where the weight of choice settled upon his shoulders like the quiet hush before dawn. One such moment came early, when he and his brother Charlemagne inherited the fractured kingdom of their father, Pepin the Short. The division of lands was a tradition, but it carried the seeds of discord, two brothers ruling side by side, their ambitions and loyalties pulling in different directions. Had they chosen rivalry over cooperation, the Frankish realm might have splintered into warring factions. Its strength spent on internal strife rather than the grand vision that would later unfold. But fate intervened when Charlemagne died unexpectedly, leaving Charlemagne as the sole ruler. In the hush of that transition, he could have clung to suspicion, punishing those who had once served his brother. Instead, he chose unity, binding the kingdom together with a steady hand, a decision that would echo through the decades to come. Another turning point arrived with the call of Pope Adrian I, who sought his aid against the Lombards in Italy. It was a moment that tested the balance between piety and power. Some kings might have seen the request as a distraction from their own ambitions, a troublesome entanglement in distant lands. But Charlemagne saw beyond the immediate. He recognized the deeper bond between the Frankish crown and the church, a partnership that could shape the spiritual and political landscape of Europe. His decision to march into Italy to defeat the Lombard king Desiderius was not merely a military campaign, but a statement of faith and purpose. Had he turned away, the fragile alliance between throne and altar might have withered, leaving the papacy vulnerable and the dream of a Christian empire unrealized. Instead, his victory forged a bond that would endure, culminating years later in that fateful Christmas coronation, when the weight of imperial dignity was placed upon his brow. The Saxon Wars, too, were a crucible that could have broken a lesser ruler. For decades, the conflict stretched on, a cycle of rebellion and reprisal, of blood spilled and oaths broken. There were moments when exhaustion must have whispered in Charlemagne's ear, urging him to abandon the costly struggle, to let the pagan Saxons remain beyond his reach. But he persisted, not only with the sword, but with the patient work of conversion, building churches and monasteries, weaving the Saxon lands into the fabric of his realm. Had he relented, the map of Europe might have remained divided, the north clinging to its old gods, resisting the currents of change. Instead, his determination, sometimes harsh, sometimes merciful, slowly transformed the region, binding it to the broader tapestry of Christendom. Then there was the matter of his court at Aachen, a place where scholars gathered like moths to a gentle flame. In an age when many rulers saw wisdom as a mere ornament to power, Charlemagne chose differently. He invited minds from across Europe, Alcuin from England, Paul the Deacon from Italy, Einhard from his own lands, to teach and to learn, to preserve the fragments of ancient knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. It was a quiet revolution, one that might have seemed unimportant to a king consumed by conquest. But Charlemagne understood that empires are built not only on battlefields, but in the hushed halls of learning, where the flicker of a single candle can illuminate the work of generations. Had he neglected this, the Carolingian Renaissance might never have blossomed, and the light of classical thought might have dimmed further into the shadows of the Dark Ages. And what of his coronation as Emperor of the Romans on that winter's night in the year 800? The moment was rich with possibility and peril. Some say he was surprised when Pope Leo III placed the crown upon his head. Others believe it was a carefully staged culmination of years of planning. Regardless, the act was a declaration, a rebirth of imperial authority in the West, a claim to the legacy of Rome itself. He could have refused the title, fearing the jealousy of the Byzantine emperors or the resentment of his own nobles, but he accepted it, knowing that symbols have power, that the idea of empire could inspire as much as the reality. Had he hesitated, the Holy Roman Empire might never have taken shape, and the political imagination of Europe would have been poorer for it. As the years passed and his hair grew silver, Charlemagne faced one final crossroads, the question of succession. He had labored to build a realm that was more than the sum of its conquests, a place of law, learning, and faith, yet the custom of dividing lands among sons threatened to unravel it all. In his last years, he sought to ensure that his empire would pass intact to his chosen heir, Louis the Pious. It was a gamble, for unity was fragile, and the ambitions of lesser men were always waiting. Had he divided the kingdom as tradition demanded, the Carolingian Empire might have fractured into petty principalities, its greatness fading like a half-remembered dream. Instead, his choice to preserve it whole, however briefly, allowed the idea of a united Christendom to endure, a beacon for those who would come after. In the quiet of the night, as the fire burns low and the stars turn in their ancient courses, we can almost hear the echoes of these choices, the paths taken and those left behind. What if he had been a different kind of king? One who ruled by fear alone, who sought only glory and not the slow, patient work of building. What if he had turned away from the scholars, the priests, the dream of something greater than himself? The world would have been poorer, the threads of history woven into a lesser pattern. But Charlemagne, in his wisdom, chose the longer road, the harder path, the one that led not just to conquest, but to legacy. And so, as sleep draws near and the past lingers like the softest whisper, let us remember that even the mightiest of lives are shaped by moments of decision, by the quiet courage to choose well. The story of Charlemagne is not just a tale of crowns and battles. but of a man who stood at the crossroads and time and again took the path that led toward light. And in that choice, in that steadfastness, there is a comfort, a reminder that even in the vast sweep of history, the smallest acts of wisdom can ripple outward, touching lives far beyond our own. Now let the night cradle you, as it once cradled him, in the gentle certainty that every life, no matter how grand, is made of such moments, quiet, fleeting, and infinitely precious. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. In the quiet hush of evening, when the world slows and memories drift like candle smoke, we can imagine Charlemagne not as the towering emperor of legend, but as a man whose heart beat just like ours, filled with love, loyalty, and the quiet ache of human connection. His life was woven with threads of friendship, family, and partnership, each strand shaping him as deeply as any battle or decree. Let us wander softly through these bonds, like footsteps in a moonlit garden, and see how the people he cherished shaped the course of his days. At the center of his earliest world stood his father, Pepin the Short, a man of stern resolve but hidden tenderness. The young Charles learned the weight of kingship from him, not through lectures, but through quiet moments, watching his father settle disputes with a measured word, or kneel in prayer before the weight of a decision. When Pepin died, the loss was a shadow over Charles's youth, but also a silent charge to be both strong and wise, to lead as his father had, with a hand that could wield a sword, but also lift a child. His mother, Bertrada, was the steady flame in those uncertain years. Her counsel was soft but unshakable, a reminder that power without kindness was a hollow crown. Even when he grew tall and broad-shouldered, her voice lingered in his ear, a whisper of caution or comfort in moments of doubt. Then there were the women who shared his life, not as ornaments of court, but as partners in their own right. His first wife, Desiderata, was a marriage of politics, a fragile bridge between Frank and Lombard. Though their union was brief, it taught him early that love and duty did not always walk hand in hand. But in Hildegard, his beloved queen, he found something rarer, a companion whose laughter filled the halls of Aachen, whose keen mind matched his own in discussions of law and faith. She bore him 9 children, and in their bustling household, amid the clatter of little feet and the murmur of bedtime stories, Charlemagne was not an emperor, but a father. He cradled his daughters as they dozed by the fire, taught his sons the art of riding with patience, and in those quiet hours, the weight of the world lifted for a time. When Hildegard died too young, the grief was a wound that never fully closed, yet even in sorrow, her influence lived on, in the way he championed learning for his daughters, defying tradition to ensure they studied alongside their brothers. His friendships, too, were pillars in the storm of his reign. Alcuin of York, the gentle scholar with ink-stained fingers, became more than a tutor. He was a beacon, guiding Charlemagne toward the light of knowledge. Their letters, filled with debates about stars and scriptures, revealed a king who thirsted for wisdom as much as victory. When Alcuin grew frail, Charlemagne would sit at his bedside, not as a ruler, but as a friend, listening to stories of distant monasteries and the quiet joy of a life spent in pursuit of truth. Then there was Einhard, the small, quick-witted chronicler who captured Charlemagne's likeness not in flattery, but in honesty, his booming laugh, his habit of pacing when deep in thought, even his fondness for simple roasted apples over lavish feasts. In Einhard's words, we see a man who cherished loyalty above all, who could forgive a friend's sharp tongue because it spoke from love. Yet not all bonds were easy. His brother Charlemagne, once his closest playmate, became a rival in their father's shadow. The rift between them was a quiet sorrow, a reminder that even blood could fray under the strain of power. When Charlemagne died suddenly, leaving Charlemagne to rule alone, the grief was tangled with guilt for the words unspoken, the reconciliations never tried. It was a lesson that shaped his later years, to mend fences before it was too late, to value kinship over pride. And then there were the priests, the steady hands that guided his spiritual journey. Pope Adrian, I was more than an ally. He was a mentor who helped Charlemagne see his role not just as a king, but as a servant of God's vision on earth. Their meetings in Rome were filled with long talks under frescoed ceilings, where politics and prayer intertwined. When Adrian passed, Charlemagne wept openly, for he had lost not just a partner in rule, but a kindred spirit. In the stillness of night, when the palace slept and the embers glowed low, these were the faces that surely filled Charlemagne's thoughts, the laughter of his children, the wisdom of his friends, the quiet strength of those who had loved him despite his flaws. For all his conquests, it was these connections that truly built his empire, not in stone or sword, but in the unbreakable ties of the heart. And so, as sleep tugs gently at your eyelids, let these stories linger like the last notes of a lullaby. Remember that even the greatest lives are woven from such ordinary threads: a father's lesson, a friend's counsel, a lover's touch. Charlemagne's legacy was not just in the lands he ruled, but in the love he gave and received, a testament that no crown shines as brightly as a life well shared. Drift now, wrapped in the warmth of that truth, and know that in the quiet of the night, even history whispers of kindness, of bonds that outlast time itself. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. In the quiet hours of morning, before the demands of empire called him to counsel or battle, Charlemagne often rose with the sun, wrapping himself in a simple woolen robe to walk the gardens of his palace. The air was cool, laced with the scent of rosemary and lavender, and he would pause to watch the dew glisten on spiderwebs stretched between the hedges. These moments belonged only to him, no servants, no advisors, just the soft rustle of leaves and the distant coo of doves. He cherished this solitude, for it was here that he could simply be Charles, a man who loved the earth and its small, uncelebrated wonders. His hands, though calloused from the grip of a sword, delighted in gentler tasks. He kept a small orchard where he tended apple and pear trees with the care of a father nurturing his children. Some said he could name each tree, remembering the season it was planted and the sweetness of its first fruit. On afternoons when the weight of kingship felt heavy, he would stroll among them, running his fingers over the bark as if listening to some silent wisdom they held. Even in winter, when the branches were bare, he found comfort in their patient stillness, a reminder that growth often happens unseen. Music was another refuge. Though he ruled lands where Latin mingled with Frankish and Saxon tongues, the language of melody needed no translation. He kept a harp in his chambers, its strings worn smooth by years of quiet practice. Some nights, when sleep eluded him, he would pluck a wandering tune, soft as a whisper, letting the notes fill the space between his thoughts. His voice, though not trained, was warm and deep, and he would sometimes sing old Frankish ballads, songs of forests and forgotten heroes, of love that outlasted even death. Those closest to him knew this softer side well. His children, more than a dozen between his many wives and concubines, saw not the conqueror, but the father who told stories by firelight, who laughed when they tugged at his beard, who tucked them into bed with a kiss on the brow. He insisted they be educated, boys and girls alike, and took pride when they recited poetry or debated philosophy at the dinner table. His daughter Rotrud, sharp-witted and fearless, was said to be his favorite. She would sit with him for hours, discussing the stars or the strange creatures described in the travelogues of far-off lands. Then there were his friends, the companions who had ridden with him through youth and war. Some, like the knight Roland, were like brothers, their loyalty unshakable even in the face of death. Others, like the scholar Alcuin, brought him the gift of ideas, challenging him to see beyond the sword and the scepter. Their debates could last deep into the night, fueled by spiced wine and the thrill of shared curiosity. Charlemagne, though a warrior at heart, hungered for knowledge as much as victory. He collected books like treasures, filling his court with scribes who copied ancient texts by candlelight, preserving the wisdom of Rome and Greece for generations unborn. Food, too, was a quiet joy, though feasts in his hall were legendary, tables groaning with roasted boar, honeyed figs, and rivers of wine. He preferred simpler meals when alone. A crust of dark bread spread with fresh butter, a slice of cheese, a handful of nuts. These were the tastes of his childhood, the flavors that anchored him to the past. His mother, Bertrada, had taught him to savor such things, to find gratitude in the humblest of fare. Even as emperor, he never forgot those lessons. And then there were the women who shared his life, each leaving their mark on his heart. His first wife, Himmeltrude, was a love of youth, fierce and fleeting. Desiderata, the Lombard princess, brought politics to the marriage bed, but no lasting warmth. Fastrata, stern yet devoted, steadied him in turbulent years. And Liutgard, his last wife, was a companion of quiet understanding, her presence like a candle in the dark, though history often reduces them to footnotes. They were the keepers of his private world, the ones who mended his cloaks, soothed his headaches, and listened when the crown grew too heavy. In his later years, as his beard turned silver and his steps slowed, he took comfort in routine. Each evening, he would stand at his window, watching the sun sink behind the hills, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. He kept a journal then, not of battles or laws, but of small, ordinary things. The first snowflake of winter, the sound of his grandchildren's laughter, the way the candlelight flickered on the face of a sleeping child. These were the moments he treasured, the ones that no chronicler would record, yet without which his life would have been hollow. When death came at last, it found him surrounded by those he loved, his hand clasped in theirs, his breath slowing like a tide, receding from the shore. And though empires rise and fall, though kings and kingdoms fade into dust, what remains, what always remains, are these quiet threads of connection, woven through a life like golden stitches in a tapestry. So let your breathing slow now, as his once did, and imagine those final moments, not an end, but a return to the peace of a garden at dawn, to the hush of a harp's last note, to the warmth of hands held tight. This was Charlemagne's true legacy, not the throne, but the love that made him human. And as you drift toward sleep, may you too feel that love, soft as a whisper, steady as the stars, carrying you into dreams, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the world still lay wrapped in darkness, Charlemagne would stir beneath the heavy furs of his bed. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of burning hearth embers from the night before, and the faintest whisper of morning dew drifted through the open windows of his chamber. He rose slowly, as was his custom, allowing his body to adjust to the waking world, his movements deliberate, unhurried. A servant would enter then, carrying a basin of fresh water, its surface shimmering in the dim light of a single candle. He would wash his face, the cold water sharp against his skin, a small ritual to clear the remnants of sleep from his mind. Breakfast was a simple affair, dark bread, still warm from the ovens, drizzled with golden honey harvested from the palace apiaries, and a cup of spiced wine diluted with water. He ate in silence, savoring each bite, his thoughts already turning to the day ahead. The halls of his palace were still hushed at this hour, the only sound the distant footsteps of guards changing shifts, or the soft murmur of scribes preparing their inks and parchments in the scriptorium. By the time the sun had risen fully, casting long beams of light through the high windows, Charlemagne would be seated at his great oak desk, surrounded by the tools of his rule, maps unfurled before him, their edges worn from frequent handling, marked with notes in his own hand. A quill, its tip sharpened to a fine point, rested beside an inkwell of deep black, and nearby lay a wax tablet for temporary notes. Its surface smooth from years of use, he worked methodically, listening to reports from his advisors, dictating letters to his scribes, his voice steady and measured. There was no rush in his movements, no frantic energy, only the quiet certainty of a man who knew his duties and performed them with care. Midday brought a pause in his labors. The palace kitchens would send up a meal of roasted meats, seasoned with herbs from the imperial gardens, accompanied by fresh vegetables and thick slices of cheese. He often dined with his family or trusted companions, the conversation drifting from matters of state to stories of hunts long past, or the latest poems recited by the court scholars. Laughter would sometimes fill the room, rich and warm, a reminder that even an emperor was, at heart, a man who cherished simple joys. In the afternoons, when the sun hung heavy in the sky, Charlemagne would often walk the palace grounds, his steps slow and deliberate. The gardens were his refuge, a place where he could escape the weight of the crown for a little while. He would stop to admire the roses, their petals unfurling in the light, or watch the bees as they moved from flower to flower, their hum a gentle accompaniment to his thoughts. Sometimes he would sit beneath an ancient oak, its broad branches offering shade, and listen to the distant songs of birds nesting in the courtyard. Here, with the earth beneath him and the sky above, he felt most at peace. As evening approached, the pace of the palace would slow once more. The great hall filled with the soft glow of candlelight, the flames flickering in their holders, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls. Charlemagne would retire to his private chambers, where a bath had been prepared, the water scented with lavender and rosemary. He would sink into its warmth, letting the heat ease the stiffness from his muscles, his mind drifting like the steam that curled upward into the cool air. Dinner was a quieter affair than the midday meal, often taken in the company of only a few close friends or family. The food was lighter, soups made from seasonal vegetables, freshly baked bread, perhaps a slice of fruit from the orchards. The wine flowed freely, but in moderation, its rich flavor a perfect end to the day. Conversation was sparse, comfortable, the kind that needs no filling of silence. And then, as the night deepened, Charlemagne would stand by his window, as he had done for so many years, watching the last light fade from the sky. The stars would emerge one by one, their brilliance undimmed by the passage of time. He would take a moment to reflect, to give thanks for the day's blessings before turning to his bed. The furs were pulled back, the pillows arranged just so, and as he lay down, the weight of the world seemed to lift, if only for a few precious hours. His breathing would slow, matching the rhythm of the night, and in the stillness, he would drift into sleep, surrounded by the quiet hum of the palace, settling into rest. The candles would burn low, their light fading to embers, and all would be still, as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for the dawn to come again. This was the rhythm of his days, not the grand battles or the sweeping decrees, but the small, steady rituals that made up a life. The taste of bread, the warmth of water, the sound of laughter, the quiet of the night. In these moments, he was not just an emperor, but a man. And it was here, in the simplicity of routine, that he found his deepest peace. So let your own breath slow now, matching his, as you imagine the quiet of his chamber, the softness of the furs, the gentle flicker of candlelight. Let the stillness of his evenings settle over you, and as you drift toward sleep, may you find the same peace he knew, wrapped in the quiet certainty that all is well, and that rest, when it comes, is sweet. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Charlemagne was a man of deep thought, though history often remembers him for the weight of his crown, rather than the quiet reflections that shaped his rule. His philosophy was not born of sudden revelation, but grew slowly, like the roots of an ancient oak, drawing nourishment from faith, experience, and the wisdom of those who walked beside him. He believed in order, but not for its own sake. Order was a vessel, a means to protect and nurture the souls under his care. His world was one where the divine and the earthly were intertwined, where a king's duty was not merely to govern, but to shepherd. From his earliest days, he carried the weight of responsibility with a solemn grace. His father, Pepin the Short, had taught him that power was a trust, not a possession. These words settled in Charlemagne's heart, becoming the quiet foundation of his reign. He did not seek conquest for glory alone, but for stability, for the peace that might follow when war's chaos was stilled. He dreamed of a realm where learning flourished, where the light of knowledge might push back the shadows of ignorance. His faith was the compass by which he navigated. Christianity was not just a religion to him, it was the very fabric of a just society. He saw himself as God's steward, charged with the sacred duty of guiding his people toward righteousness. Yet his piety was not rigid or unyielding. He understood the human heart, its weaknesses, and its yearnings. He knew that laws alone could not make men good, but that kindness, patience, and the gentle hand of mercy could lead them toward virtue. When a group of Saxon rebels once stood before him, their defiance spent, he did not demand their deaths. Instead, he offered baptism, a chance to begin anew. His court at Aachen became a haven for scholars, poets, and thinkers from across the known world. He gathered them not to flaunt his power, but because he truly believed that wisdom was the greatest treasure a kingdom could possess. He himself, though a warrior king, took up the study of letters late in life, struggling to form the shapes of words with hands more accustomed to gripping a sword. Yet he persisted, humbled by the effort, knowing that even an emperor must bow before the pursuit of knowledge. His friend and advisor, Alcuin of York, often teased him for his slow progress, but Charlemagne would only laugh, his deep voice warm with amusement. Beneath the grandeur of his title, he remained a man who cherished simplicity. He dressed plainly, preferring sturdy woolens to silks and jewels, and took his meals with his family and closest companions, where laughter flowed as freely as wine. He loved the hunt, not for the thrill of the chase, but for the quiet hours spent in the forest, where the rustle of leaves and the call of distant birds reminded him that the world was vast and beautiful beyond the walls of palaces. On these excursions, he would often pause, his breath steady in the crisp morning air, and simply listen to the wind, to the earth, to the voice of God whispering through the trees. His sense of justice was firm, but tempered by compassion. He knew that laws must be upheld, but he also understood that mercy could heal where punishment might only deepen wounds. When a group of nobles once plotted against him, their betrayal cutting deep, he did not respond with fury. Instead, he called them before him and spoke quietly of loyalty, of the bonds that held their kingdom together. Some wept, shamed by his gentleness, and from that day forward served him not out of fear, but out of love. A ruler who rules by fear, he once mused to his scribe, rules alone. As the years passed, his philosophy deepened, shaped by loss and triumph alike. The death of his beloved son, Charles the Younger, weighed heavily upon him, a sorrow no crown could lighten. In those dark hours, he turned not to anger, but to the quiet solace of prayer, seeking comfort in the belief that even the mightiest of men were but fleeting shadows in the eyes of eternity. It was in grief that he came to understand the fragility of life, and in that understanding, he found a renewed purpose to build something that might endure beyond his own fleeting days. His legacy, he hoped, would not be measured in battles won or lands conquered, but in the schools he founded, the monasteries he protected, the peace he nurtured. He dreamed of a Europe united not by force, but by shared faith and mutual respect, where the light of learning might never again be extinguished. On his deathbed, as the candles guttered low, and the voices of his attendants softened to whispers, he is said to have murmured a final prayer, not for himself, but for his people. And so, as the night settles around you now, let your thoughts drift to this man of contradictions, warrior and scholar, emperor and servant, a soul who carried the weight of a continent, yet never forgot the value of a single life. His philosophy was not written in grand proclamations, but in the quiet acts of every day, the breaking of bread, the sharing of knowledge, the offering of mercy. And as you close your eyes, may you carry with you the same quiet certainty that guided him, that wisdom begins with humility, that strength is found in gentleness, and that even the mightiest rivers begin with a single, steady drop. Sleep now, and may your rest be as deep and peaceful as the stillness of Aachen in the hour before dawn, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. The path of Charlemagne was never one of unbroken triumph. Even as a young man, when the weight of his father's legacy first settled upon his shoulders, he faced trials that would have broken a lesser spirit. His father, Pepin the Short, had carved out a kingdom from the fractured remnants of the Frankish realms. But upon his death, the inheritance was split between Charlemagne and his younger brother, Charlemagne. The division was meant to be fair, but fairness in those days was often measured by the sword. The brothers, though bound by blood, found themselves locked in a quiet, simmering rivalry, their courts filled with whispers and suspicions. It was a delicate dance of power, one that required patience. For Charlemagne understood that haste could unravel the fragile peace their father had woven. Then came the sudden death of Charlemagne, leaving Charlemagne as the sole ruler of the Franks. Some murmured of foul play, but Charlemagne, though hardened by the realities of kingship, was not a man to rejoice in a brother's death. Instead, he shouldered the burden of rule alone, knowing that unity was now his to preserve or lose. And so he began the long work of binding the fractious nobles and restless tribes under a single banner, not through sheer force alone, but through a careful balance of strength and diplomacy. He learned early that a king must sometimes be a peacemaker before he is a conqueror. Yet peace was never easily kept. The Saxons, fierce and proud, resisted the spread of Frankish influence, raiding his borders and rejecting the faith he sought to bring them. Year after year, Charlemagne led his armies into their forests and marshlands, only to find that victory in battle did not always mean victory in hearts. The Saxons would bend, then break, then rise again. It was a war not of seasons, but of generations, and it tested his resolve like nothing else. One winter, after a particularly brutal campaign, he sat by the fire in his tent, listening to the wind howl through the trees. His advisors urged harsher measures: burn their villages, take their children, break their spirit utterly. But Charlemagne, though weary, knew that cruelty only sowed deeper resentment. Instead, he chose a different path. He built churches where his armies had marched, invited Saxon nobles to his court, and even took one of their leaders, Widukind, as his own godson after his baptism. It was a slow, imperfect reconciliation, but he had learned that true conquest was not just of land, but of souls. Then came the Lombards, another thorn in the side of his growing empire. Their king, Desiderius, had once been his father-in-law, but marriage alliances in those days were as fragile as spiders' silk. When Desiderius threatened Rome, Charlemagne marched south, not for glory, but because the Pope himself had called for aid. The siege of Pavia was long and grueling, the Lombards stubborn behind their high walls. But Charlemagne was patient. He had learned that time, as much as steel could win a war. when the city finally fell, he did not slaughter its people as so many conquerors had done before him. Instead, he took the crown of Lombardy for himself, not as a destroyer, but as a unifier, weaving another thread into the tapestry of his realm. Yet even as his empire expanded, his personal life was shadowed by sorrow. His marriages, though made for alliance and dynasty, were often touched by tragedy. His first wife, Himiltrud, was set aside when politics demanded a more advantageous match. His second, the Lombard princess Desiderata, was cast away when the winds of alliance shifted. And then there was Fastrada, a woman of strong will, whose harshness toward his children left wounds that never fully healed. But it was the death of his son, Charles the Younger, that struck deepest, a loss no crown could shield him from. In the quiet of the chapel, he knelt not as an emperor, but as a grieving father, whispering prayers for a soul gone too soon. Through it all, he turned to learning as a balm for the weariness of rule. He gathered scholars from across Europe, Alcuin from England, Paul the deacon from Italy, and in their words, he found a refuge. They taught him grammar, astronomy, the music of the spheres, and though he never mastered the art of writing smoothly his hands, more accustomed to sword and scepter, fumbled with the quill. He cherished knowledge as another kind of power. He ordered the copying of ancient manuscripts, the founding of schools, so that the light of wisdom might not fade as it had in the darker years before him. And then, in the last decades of his life, came the greatest honor and the greatest weight of all. On Christmas Day, in the year 800, Pope Leo III placed the imperial crown upon his head, declaring him Emperor of the Romans. It was a moment of triumph, yet also of quiet trepidation, for Charlemagne knew that titles were not just gifts, but burdens. The shadow of Rome's fallen empire loomed large, and with it came the whispers of hubris, the fear that no man, no matter how great, could hold such a legacy without stumbling. But he did not let the crown change him. He remained, at heart, a man who preferred simple Frankish dress to the silks of Byzantium, who still hunted in the forests of his youth, who gathered his children and grandchildren around him at meals, sharing stories as much as spoils. He ruled not from a distant throne, but from the saddle, traveling tirelessly across his lands, listening to the grievances of peasants as well as princes. In his final years, as his body grew frail and his steps slowed, he faced one last rebellion, this time from his own flesh and blood. His son Pepin, born of a lesser wife, rose in defiance, hungry for power. It was a bitter blow, but Charlemagne, though heartbroken, acted with the same measured justice he had always shown. He quelled the uprising, but did not destroy his son. Instead, he sent him to a monastery, a place of penitence rather than punishment. Even in anger, he remembered mercy. And so, as the candles burned low in the palace at Aachen, and the cold of winter crept through the stone halls, he lay surrounded by those he loved, his mind drifting between memory and prayer. The struggles of his life, the wars, the losses, the weight of empire had not hardened him, but deepened him. He had learned that true strength was not in never falling, but in rising each time with grace, that the greatest victories were not those won on battlefields, but in the quiet moments when a man chose kindness over vengeance, wisdom over pride. And as you now drift toward sleep, let his story remind you that even the mightiest lives are woven with threads of struggle and solace, that every soul, no matter how grand, faces storms, but it is in the weathering that we find our true strength. So rest, dear listener, as he once rested after his long labors, and may your dreams be as peaceful as the final sigh of a king who, despite all trials, left the world brighter than he found it. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the weight of his crown and the demands of his empire, Charlemagne carried within him quieter passions, small, tender things that softened the edges of his warrior soul. Few remember, for instance, how he loved the simple pleasure of swimming, how he would slip away from the bustle of court to bathe in the warm springs of Aachen, letting the water ease the aches of battle and age. There, floating in the quiet, he was not a king, but simply a man, his thoughts drifting like the steam rising from the water's surface. He had a voice that was surprisingly gentle, a low hum that could soothe even the most restless of his advisors. On evenings when the fire crackled in the great hall, he would sometimes sing old Frankish lullabies, the same ones his mother had whispered to him as a child. The songs carried memories of simpler times before crowns and conquests, and those who heard him sing said it was like listening to the earth itself exhale. Then there was his love of language, a curiosity that went far beyond the demands of rule. He spoke Latin fluently, of course, but he also strained to master Greek, stumbling over its unfamiliar rhythms with a scholar's patience. He kept a wax tablet at his bedside, and on nights when sleep eluded him, he would trace letters by candlelight, murmuring foreign words like secrets to himself. It was said that he once spent an entire evening debating a visiting monk over the correct pronunciation of a single Greek phrase, not out of pride, but out of genuine delight in the puzzle of it. He had a fondness, too, for the company of animals. His favorite was a hound named Biography, a great shaggy creature who followed him everywhere, even into council meetings, where the dog would sprawl at his feet like a lazy sentinel. Biography was the only one permitted to nap during state affairs, and Charlemagne would sometimes slip him scraps under the table, grinning like a boy caught in mischief. When Biography grew old and passed, the king buried him with his own hands beneath a favorite oak, marking the spot with a small stone carved with the hound's name. His table was another place where his private joys emerged. Though he feasted with kings, he preferred simple foods, fresh bread, ripe cheeses, honey from his own apiaries. He had a particular weakness for roasted apples, and his cooks knew to prepare them with cinnamon. Whenever the autumn winds began to blow, once when a visiting ambassador presented him with an exotic dish of spiced peacock, Charlemagne politely tasted it, then quietly asked for a second helping of his beloved apples instead. But perhaps the most surprising thing about him was his laughter. For all his gravity in matters of state, he had a rich, rolling laugh that could fill a room, often sparked by the clumsiness of his own limbs. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, and not always graceful. There were tales of him tripping over his own robes, or knocking over a goblet with an absent-minded gesture, only to laugh louder than anyone else at the mishap. His advisors learned that the best way to ease his temper was not with flattery, but with a well-timed jest, for humor was the key to his heart. He also harbored a quiet fascination with the stars. On clear nights, he would walk the palace gardens with his astronomers, listening as they traced the paths of planets and named the constellations. He never quite mastered their calculations, but he loved the stories, the myths of heroes and beasts written in the heavens. Once, during a campaign in the dead of winter, he ordered his men to halt their march early so they could all watch a meteor shower streak across the sky. Even kings must remember to look up, he told them. And then there were his hands, warriors' hands, yes, scarred and calloused from decades of wielding a sword, but also hands that could be astonishingly delicate. He was a skilled chess player, moving pieces with a strategist's precision, but he also enjoyed carving small figures from wood, a hobby he had picked up as a boy. In his later years, when his fingers grew stiff, he would still whittle little birds and horses, gifting them to his grandchildren with a wink. A king must know how to build as well as break, he would say. He wept easily, though seldom in public. At the death of his beloved sister Gisela, he shut himself away for 3 days, refusing even food, until his friends feared for his health. When he emerged, his face was worn with grief, but he carried her favorite psalter with him everywhere afterward, as if her spirit lingered in its pages. He also cried at weddings, not just those of his children, but even at the unions of servants or soldiers, moved by the fragile hope of love in a world so often ruled by strife. In the end, it was these small things, the apples, the laughter, the worn psalter, the clumsy moments, that made him more than a conqueror. They made him human. And as you drift now toward sleep, imagine him not as the iron-crowned emperor of history books, but as a man who loved his dog, who sang off-key, who treasured quiet nights under the stars, a man who knew that greatness was not just in the sweeping gestures of power, but in the tender, ordinary moments that stitch a life together. So close your eyes, dear listener, and let his story cradle you, not as a tale of battles and crowns, but as a reminder that even the mightiest among us are made of moonlight and laughter, of small joys and quiet sorrows. And may you rest as peacefully as Charlemagne did on those rare nights when the world allowed him to be simply a man at last. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. The world into which Charlemagne was born was one of quiet twilight, a time when the last embers of the Roman Empire had long cooled, and new kingdoms rose like saplings from the old roots. It was the 8th century, an age where the night sky was still unpolluted by city lights, where scholars whispered of lost knowledge, and where the rhythm of life moved with the slow certainty of seasons turning. Europe in those days was a patchwork of tribes and small realms, each with its own customs, its own dialects, its own fragile alliances. The roads, once proud Roman highways, now lay cracked and overgrown, traveled only by pilgrims, merchants, and the occasional messenger carrying news between distant courts. Charlemagne's father, Pepin the Short, had been the first of his line to wear the crown of the Franks, a people who had settled in the rich valleys of what is now France and Germany. The Franks were a fierce but deeply spiritual people, blending the warrior traditions of their ancestors with the quiet devotion of the Christian faith. Monasteries dotted the landscape like lanterns in the dark, their scribes copying ancient texts by candlelight, preserving what little remained of Rome's wisdom. The world beyond was vast and mysterious. To the east, the Byzantine Empire still clung to the grandeur of Constantinople, while to the south, the Umayyad Caliphate stretched across North Africa and Spain, its scholars studying the stars and translating Greek philosophy into Arabic. It was a time of slow but profound change. The old ways of tribal loyalty were giving way to something new, something that would one day be called feudalism, a system of oaths and obligations, of lords and vassals that would shape Europe for centuries. Charlemagne himself would become both a product of this change and its greatest architect. But in his youth, the world was still fluid, still uncertain. Wars were fought not for ideology, but for survival, for honor, for the simple need to protect one's own. And yet, even in this rough and often violent age, there were moments of surprising gentleness. Monks singing plain chant in echoing stone chapels, farmers sharing the harvest with their neighbors, travelers exchanging stories by firelight. When Charlemagne came to power in 768, he inherited not just a kingdom, but a vision. His grandfather, Charles Martel, had turned back the Umayyad advance at the Battle of Tours, and his father had secured the papal blessing for his rule. But Charlemagne dreamed of something even greater, not just a kingdom, but an empire. Not just conquest, but order. Over the next 4 decades, he would wage war against the Saxons, the Lombards, the Avars, and others, not out of mere ambition, but from a deep belief that unity could bring peace. He was a man of contradictions, a warrior who wept at weddings, a king who insisted on being called David by his closest scholars, a ruler who could be ruthless in battle, yet patient in conversation, listening for hours to debates on theology or the movements of the stars. His court at Aachen became a beacon in the dark. Unlike the crude wooden halls of earlier Frankish kings, Charlemagne's palace was built of stone, modeled after the churches of Rome, with a great octagonal chapel where the light filtered through high windows, painting the floor in shifting patterns. Here, he gathered the greatest minds of his age: Alcuin of York, Paul the Deacon, Theodulf of Orleans, men who would help spark what later scholars called the Carolingian Renaissance. It was a quiet revolution, not of art or architecture alone, but of the written word. Charlemagne himself, though he never fully mastered the skill, struggled to learn to write late in life, his large hands more accustomed to gripping a sword than a quill. Yet he understood the power of letters, and under his rule, scribes developed a new, clearer script, the Carolingian minuscule, that would become the ancestor of our modern lowercase alphabet. Beyond the walls of his palace, the world was still wild, still untamed. Forests stretched endlessly, wolves howled in the night, and peasants whispered of spirits in the trees. But in the monasteries, in the schools Charlemagne founded, something fragile and beautiful was taking root. The works of Augustine, of Cicero, of Virgil were being copied and preserved, not as relics of a dead past, but as living wisdom. Even the act of writing itself was a kind of prayer. The scribe's careful strokes a meditation on the divine order of things. And yet, for all his grandeur, Charlemagne remained a man of simple pleasures. He loved the hot springs at Aachen, where he would soak for hours, discussing matters of state with his advisors, or simply floating in silence. He adored his daughters, refusing to let them marry, keeping them close as his companions and confidants. He kept a menagerie of exotic animals, elephants, monkeys, even a bear, gifts from distant rulers who sought his favor. And he treasured his garden, where he grew not just herbs for medicine, but roses for their beauty alone. When the Pope crowned him Emperor of the Romans on Christmas Day in the year 800, it was not just a political act, but a recognition of what Charlemagne had already built: a realm where faith and learning could flourish, where the chaos of the past might give way to order. Yet he never lost touch with the humility of his humanity. In his later years, he would often be found in the chapel at Aachen, kneeling not in imperial splendor, but in simple devotion, his head bowed, his hands clasped around his sister's psalter. The world he left behind was still imperfect, still shadowed by violence and uncertainty. But the seeds he planted, the schools, the laws, the idea of a united Christendom, would grow long after he was gone. And as you drift now toward sleep, imagine him not as the distant figure of history, but as a man sitting by a fire, listening to the soft murmur of monks at their prayers, the distant call of an owl in the night, the rustle of parchment as a scribe turns a page. A man who understood that even empires are built not just on swords, but on stories, on songs, on the quiet acts of tending a garden or comforting a friend. So, let the weight of his world fade into the hush of night. Dear listener, let the flicker of candlelight in a monastery scriptorium, the scent of apples in an autumn orchard, the sound of a psalm whispered in memory of a beloved sister, lull you into rest, for even the greatest lives are, in the end, made of such small and tender things. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Charlemagne's legacy is like a quiet river flowing through time, shaping the land without ever rushing. His influence on culture, learning, and society was not the work of a single moment, but a slow and steady tending, like a gardener nurturing fragile seedlings, knowing they would one day grow into strong trees. He understood that true power lay not just in conquest, but in the careful cultivation of minds and hearts. In the early years of his reign, Europe was a patchwork of tribes and kingdoms, where the light of learning had dimmed after the fall of Rome. Many monasteries still kept the old texts, but they gathered dust, unread, their wisdom locked away in languages few could understand. Charlemagne saw this not as a failure, but as an invitation to restore, to rebuild, to make knowledge bloom again. He gathered scholars from across his empire, men like Alcuin of York, whose gentle voice and patient hand became the heart of his educational reforms. Together, they revived the study of Latin, ensuring that the words of ancient philosophers, poets, and theologians could be read once more. The scriptoria of monasteries, once silent, hummed with new life. Scribes bent over their desks, copying texts in a clear, uniform script, the Carolingian minuscule, so that letters could be easily read by any educated man. This was no small thing. Before Charlemagne, writing was often cramped and uneven, a puzzle to decipher. But now, words flowed across the page like a calm stream, smooth and steady. This script would become the ancestor of the very letters you read today. A quiet thread connecting his time to ours. Beyond the written word, Charlemagne sought to unify his empire through shared customs and laws. He issued capitularies, edicts that touched every part of life, from the rights of peasants to the duties of bishops. Some were stern, meant to keep order, but others were surprisingly tender. He decreed that the poor should not be overburdened with taxes, that widows and orphans should be protected. He even ordered that judges should be fair and merciful, for he knew that justice without kindness was no justice at all. The people of his time did not always understand his vision at first. To the warrior nobles, his love of books and learning seemed strange, even soft. But slowly, the value of his work became clear. A lord who could read a treaty himself, rather than relying on a scribe, held a true advantage. A priest who understood the scriptures deeply could guide his flock with wisdom, not superstition. Even the humblest farmer benefited from roads that were safer, markets that were fairer, and churches where the words of God were spoken with care. Music, too, flourished under his reign. Charlemagne adored the solemn beauty of Gregorian chant, and he insisted that every monastery and cathedral in his lands should sing the same hymns in the same way. He sent singers across the empire to teach the proper melodies, so that whether in Aachen or in distant Lombardy, the faithful would raise their voices as one. This was not just about harmony in song, but harmony in spirit, a way to bind his people together in something greater than themselves. And yet, for all his grand designs, Charlemagne never forgot the small human things. He loved the laughter of his children, the warmth of a shared meal, the simple pleasure of a walk through the palace gardens at Aachen. He would sit for hours listening to the stories of travelers, eager to learn of distant lands and customs. He wept when his friends died, and he kept their letters close, as if their words could still comfort him. When he died in 814, the empire he built would fracture in time, divided among his heirs. But the seeds he planted did not wither. The schools he founded became the universities of later centuries. The laws he established shaped the legal traditions of Europe. The books his scribes preserved kept the flame of ancient knowledge alive through the darkest years. Even the title of emperor, though it faded for a time, would one day inspire kings and princes to dream of a united continent. Centuries later, poets and chroniclers would remember him as a mythic figure, Charlemagne the Great, the hero of legend. But those who knew him best spoke of a different man, one who rose before dawn to pray, who fretted over the harvests in a dry summer, who once scolded a careless scribe for smudging the ink on a precious manuscript, a man who believed, above all, that the future was built not by force alone, but by patience, by learning, by the quiet acts of countless hands working together. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think not of emperors on horseback or crowns gleaming in candlelight. Think instead of a monk in a quiet scriptorium, tracing letters with a steady hand. Think of a mother teaching her child to read by the firelight. Think of a scholar, centuries later, unearthing an old book and finding, in its margins, the notes of a scribe who once worked for Charlemagne, proof that the past is never truly lost, only waiting to be remembered. The world moves on, as it always does. But some things endure. The sound of a hymn sung in the same way for 1,000 years. The shape of a letter, unchanged on the page. The idea that even in times of darkness, someone will always light a candle, will always reach for a book, will always believe in the promise of wisdom. So rest now, dear listener, knowing that even the grandest stories are made of such quiet moments. The rustle of a turning page, the murmur of a prayer, the soft breath of a sleeping child. And in these small, tender things, the legacy of Charlemagne lives on. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Imagine, for a moment, the flickering light of an oil lamp in a quiet chamber. where an old scholar sits hunched over a parchment, carefully recording the stories of Charlemagne. The ink flows slowly, the quill scratching softly, as tales of the great king drift through the centuries to reach us now, like whispers in the dark. One such story tells of Charlemagne's deep love for learning, a passion that burned brightly even in a time when few could read or write. It is said that he kept a wax tablet beneath his pillow at night, so that if he woke with an idea, a thought about governing, a line of poetry, a question for his scholars, he could write it down before it slipped away into dreams. Imagine him there, in the stillness of his chamber, tracing letters by the faint glow of a dying fire, his mind restless with curiosity. And then there was his voice. Though he was a mighty warrior, his voice was surprisingly high and light, almost at odds with his towering frame. Those who heard him speak remarked on its gentleness, how it carried warmth rather than command. Perhaps that is why children were drawn to him. There is a tale of a small boy who wandered into the royal hall one evening, unnoticed by the guards, and climbed right onto Charlemagne's lap during a council meeting. Instead of scolding the child, the great king smiled and let him stay, listening patiently as the boy babbled about his day. He had a sense of humor, too. Once, a group of scholars debated how many words existed for snow in the languages of the north. Charlemagne listened quietly before remarking, with a twinkle in his eye, that he only needed one word for snow cold. His laughter, they say, was like the crackling of a hearth, deep and comforting, but beneath the warmth was a man of fierce determination. He rose before dawn nearly every day, not to wage war, but to swim. Even in winter, he would break the ice on the rivers near his palaces and plunge into the freezing water, believing it strengthened both body and spirit. His attendants would shiver on the banks, wrapped in furs, while he emerged invigorated, his breath curling in the morning air like smoke from a forge. Food, too, was a simple pleasure. Though he ruled an empire, his meals were often humble roasted meat, fresh bread, and his favorite, cheese from the monasteries. But he despised extravagance at the table. Once, a visiting noble served an elaborate dish of peacock, its feathers carefully reattached to make it appear alive. Charlemagne frowned and pushed it aside, saying he preferred food that did not pretend to be something it was not. And then there were his daughters. He adored them, refusing to let them marry, not out of cruelty, but because he could not bear to part with them. They traveled with him, learned beside him, and some even became his trusted advisors. One named Rotrud was said to have a mind sharper than any sword. She would sit with him late into the night, discussing philosophy and the stars, her voice steady and sure in the candlelight. Of course, not all was peaceful. There was the time he ordered the execution of thousands of Saxon prisoners, a dark shadow on his legacy. Yet, even in war, there were strange moments of mercy. After a battle, he once came across an enemy soldier hiding in a ditch, wounded and afraid. Instead of ordering his death, Charlemagne knelt beside him, offering water and a promise of safety. The soldier, stunned, later became one of his most loyal guards. His faith was deep but practical. He prayed every morning and night, yet he grew impatient with long sermons. If a priest droned on too long, Charlemagne would quietly take out a small knife and whittle a piece of wood, just to keep his hands busy. But when the hymns began, he would close his eyes and sing along, his voice rising softly with the choir. In his later years, he took to wearing simple Frankish robes instead of imperial silks, preferring comfort to grandeur. He would walk barefoot in the gardens of his palace, feeling the earth beneath his feet, stopping now and then to watch the bees move from flower to flower. He loved the sound of their buzzing, a gentle hum that reminded him of the monasteries where scribes worked, their pens whispering across parchment. And when his time came, it was with the same quiet dignity that marked so much of his life. He lay in bed, surrounded by candles, listening as his favorite hymns were sung. He asked for his will to be read aloud one last time, ensuring that his treasures, not gold or jewels, but books, would be distributed to the churches and schools he had founded. Then, with a sigh as soft as a turning page, he closed his eyes. The scholar in the lamplight pauses, setting down his quill. The stories could go on and on, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of Charlemagne's life. But perhaps, for now, this is enough. The fire has burned low, the night is deep, and the words on the page will wait until morning. So let your thoughts drift, like leaves on a quiet river, carried by the current of these old, gentle tales. And as sleep draws near, remember that even kings, in their quietest hours, were simply men who loved, who laughed, who wondered at the stars. And in remembering them, we keep their stories alive, one whispered word at a time. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the twilight of his reign, Charlemagne moved through his days with the measured grace of a man who had seen empires rise and seasons turn. His beard, once the color of fire, had softened to silver, and his footsteps, though still firm, carried the weight of years well spent. The great halls of Aachen, where laughter and debate had once echoed, now held a quieter warmth, like the embers of a hearth in the deep of winter. He would sit for hours in his favorite chair, a simple wooden seat near the window, where the sunlight fell in golden pools, illuminating the pages of the books he loved so dearly. His hands, once calloused from sword and saddle, now turned parchment with care, tracing the words of scholars and saints. He had always believed that wisdom was the true crown of a king, and in these later years, that belief became his quiet mission. The palace scriptorium hummed with activity as scribes copied manuscripts, works of history, philosophy, and scripture, each one a thread in the tapestry of knowledge he sought to weave across his realm. monks from distant monasteries traveled to Aachen, carrying precious texts to be preserved, their voices murmuring in gratitude as they shared stories of the schools and libraries that now dotted the land. Even in his final decade, Charlemagne's mind remained sharp, his curiosity unquenched. He would summon scholars to his side, not to debate conquest or law, but to discuss the movement of the stars, the nature of virtue, or the beauty of a well-turned verse. His court, once a gathering of warriors, had become a refuge for poets and thinkers. Alcuin, his most trusted advisor in matters of learning, often sat beside him, their conversations drifting like smoke through the high ceilings of the palace, lingering long after the candles had burned low. Yet for all his love of books and quiet reflection, Charlemagne never lost touch with the people he ruled. He still rode through the countryside, though at a gentler pace, stopping to speak with farmers and craftsmen, listening to their worries with the same patience he once reserved for kings. He knew that an empire was not built on battles alone, but on the steady rhythm of daily life, the planting of fields, the mending of roads, the laughter of children in village squares. His laws, refined over decades, sought not just order but fairness, ensuring that even the poorest freeman had a voice. And though his body grew weary, his presence still commanded respect, not through fear, but through the quiet certainty of a man who had spent his life in service to something greater than himself. As the years drew on, he turned his thoughts to the future. He had seen his sons grow, his daughters marry, and his empire stretch from the forests of Germania to the sunlit hills of Italy. But he knew that kingdoms, like men, must one day pass into other hands. He worked tirelessly to secure the peace he had built, dividing his lands carefully, hoping to spare his people the strife that so often followed great rulers. He wrote letters to his children, filled not with demands, but with gentle counsel reminders that strength without wisdom was hollow, and that a ruler's true legacy lay in the lives of those they left behind. When illness finally came, it did so quietly, like a whisper at the edge of hearing. He took to his bed, surrounded by those he loved, and though his voice grew faint, his mind remained clear. He asked for the Gospels to be read aloud, the words flowing over him like a familiar river. He spoke of the schools he had founded, the books he had saved, and the light of learning he hoped would never fade. And when the time came, he closed his eyes not as a conqueror, but as a man who had done his best, leaving the rest to God and the turning of the years. In the days that followed, messengers rode out in all directions, carrying news of his passing. But unlike the death of other kings, marked by wailing and the clashing of swords, Charlemagne's departure was met with a deep, reflective silence. Monks paused in their copying to offer prayers. Farmers set down their tools to remember the king who had walked among them, and scholars lit candles in the libraries he had filled. His body was laid to rest in the cathedral at Aachen, beneath a stone carved with simple words, for he had never been one for grand monuments. Yet, his legacy did not rest with him. The schools he had nurtured continued to flourish, their halls buzzing with the voices of young minds eager for knowledge. The manuscripts he had preserved were copied again and again, their words traveling across seas and centuries, carrying his dream of a world where wisdom was never lost. The laws he had crafted remained, not as relics, but as living foundations for kingdoms yet unborn. And though empires rose and fell in the ages that followed, the memory of Charlemagne endured, not as a shadow of the past, but as a quiet light, guiding those who still believed that a ruler's greatest duty was to leave the world brighter than he found it. Now, as the night deepens and the stars turn in their ancient paths, let these thoughts settle softly around you. The story is told, the fire burns low, and the weight of years, both his and yours, grows lighter in the sharing. Sleep comes like the turning of a page, gentle and inevitable. And in dreams, perhaps, you'll walk the halls of Aachen, where the echoes of a king's laughter still linger, and the light of learning still shines, steady as a candle in the dark. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. In the quiet hours of history, long after the last candle had burned low in Charlemagne's palace at Aachen, his influence continued to ripple outward, like the softest echo in a vast cathedral. The seeds he had planted, education, unity, the preservation of knowledge, did not wither with time. Instead, they took root in the soil of future generations, growing into towering trees whose branches would shade the modern world in ways he could never have imagined. Consider the universities that now dot the landscapes of Europe and beyond, their halls filled with the hum of learning. These institutions, though born centuries after Charlemagne's reign, owe a quiet debt to his vision. The great medieval universities of Paris, Bologna, and Oxford were built upon the foundation he laid, a belief that wisdom should be gathered, shared, and passed down like a sacred torch. Scholars like Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus walked the same intellectual paths, first cleared by the scholars Charlemagne had gathered, their works illuminated by the same love of knowledge that had once filled the scriptoria of Aachen. Even the very shape of Europe, the idea of a continent united not by force alone, but by shared culture and law, carries traces of his hand. The Holy Roman Empire, though it bore his name only in distant homage, sought to embody his dream of a realm where order and faith walked side by side. Centuries later, visionaries like Jean Monnet and Robert Schumann, architects of the modern European Union, would speak of unity in terms that echoed, whether they knew it or not, the old king's belief that fragmentation was the enemy of peace. The borders drawn and redrawn over the centuries could not erase the quiet truth that Charlemagne had seen. That strength lay in connection, not division. And then there are the books, those fragile, whispering vessels of thought that Charlemagne had worked so hard to preserve. The monasteries he supported became the libraries that saved the works of Cicero, Virgil, and Augustine from the dust of time. When the Renaissance dawned, it was these very manuscripts, copied and recopied by generations of patient hands, that fueled the reawakening of classical learning. Petrarch poring over an ancient text in a quiet cloister, or Erasmus carefully comparing translations, were standing on the shoulders of scribes who had worked under Charlemagne's patronage. The printing press, when it came, multiplied these words beyond imagining. But it was the Carolingian scribes who had first ensured they survived to be printed at all. In the realm of law, too, his touch lingers. The reforms he introduced, standardized weights and measures, protections for the weak, the idea that a ruler's authority should serve justice rather than whim, became threads woven into the tapestry of later legal systems. The Magna Carta, signed 4 centuries after his death, carried faint echoes of his insistence that even kings were bound by law. And in the quiet deliberations of modern courts, where the principles of equity and fairness are debated, one can almost hear the distant murmur of his counsels, where bishops and nobles alike were encouraged to speak their minds. Even the stories told about him took on a life of their own, shaping the imaginations of those who came after. The legends of Charlemagne and his paladins, of Roland blowing his horn at Roncesvalles, became the stuff of song and poetry, inspiring troubadours and later writers like Ariosto and Tasso. These tales, though embellished by time, kept alive the ideal of a leader who was both warrior and scholar, a man who valued courage but revered wisdom above all. In the chivalric codes of the Middle Ages, in the romantic epics of the Renaissance, even in the modern retellings that cast him as a figure of myth, the essence of his vision endured. That greatness lay not in conquest alone, but in what one built with the peace that followed. And what of the ordinary people, the farmers and craftsmen who had paused to remember him when the news of his death spread? Their descendants, too, carried fragments of his legacy. The villages that grew into towns, the roads that connected them, the markets where goods and ideas were exchanged, all bore the imprint of the stability he had brought to a fractured world. The rhythms of daily life, the cycles of planting and harvest, the festivals that marked the turning of the year, were all touched by the order he had helped to create in the quiet of a modern countryside, where an old church still stands on foundations laid in his time, or where a field is plowed along boundaries first drawn by his surveyors. The past and present meet in unspoken continuity. Yet, as with all great figures, his legacy was not without its shadows. The empire he built did not last, and the unity he sought often fractured in the hands of those who came after. The very idea of a Christian Europe, which he had championed, was later used to justify crusades and conflicts that would have grieved him. Scholars debate whether he was a true visionary or merely a pragmatic ruler, whether his love of learning was altruistic or a tool of control. But perhaps such debates are themselves a testament to his enduring presence, that centuries later, we still feel compelled to reckon with him, to understand the man behind the legend in the gentle hush of the present. His influence can still be felt in unexpected places. The European Union's Charlemagne Prize, awarded to those who foster unity and peace, carries his name not as a relic, but as a living ideal. The schools that bear his likeness in stained glass or stone do so not merely to honor the past, but to remind students that education is a bridge between worlds. And in the quiet moments when a historian turns the pages of a Carolingian manuscript, or when a traveler stands in the cathedral at Aachen, there is a sense of connection, a whisper across time, as if the old king's dream still lingers, waiting to be rediscovered. So as the night deepens and the stars watch over a world he would scarcely recognize, let the thought comfort you that some things endure. The words he saved still speak, the laws he shaped still guide, and the light of learning he kindled still burns, soft and steady, in the hearts of those who believe that the past is not gone, but merely sleeping, waiting to be gently awakened by those who remember. And with that thought, like the closing of a well-loved book, sleep comes, wrapping you in the quiet certainty that even the greatest of legacies begin as simple acts: a school founded, a book copied, a kingdom tended with care. Rest now, knowing that the echoes of his vision, like the faintest chime of a distant bell, still resonate in the world around you. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of Charlemagne is one that has been told and retold, shaped by the hands of time, each generation adding its own colors to the tapestry of his legend. Like all great figures of history, he exists in our collective memory, not just as a man, but as a symbol, an ideal of unity, learning, and faith. Yet beneath the golden glow of legend, the truth is far more intricate, filled with shadows and nuances that are often smoothed over in the retelling. One of the most enduring myths is that Charlemagne was the first true emperor of Europe, a singular figure who united the continent under his wise and benevolent rule. This image, so often painted in broad strokes, simplifies the reality of his reign. He did not inherit a fractured land and effortlessly weave it into an empire. Rather, his rule was built through decades of relentless campaigning, diplomacy, and compromise. The empire he forged was not a seamless whole, but a patchwork of peoples: Franks, Saxons, Lombards, Bavarians, each with their own customs, laws, and loyalties. His vision of unity was never absolute. It was a fragile thing, requiring constant maintenance, and it began to unravel even in the hands of his own descendants. Another common misconception is that Charlemagne was a purely enlightened ruler, a patron of learning, who single-handedly revived the intellectual spirit of Europe. This, too, is an oversimplification. It is true that he gathered scholars at his court, that he encouraged the copying of ancient manuscripts, and that he sought to educate both clergy and nobility, but his motivations were not entirely altruistic. Knowledge, in his eyes, was also a tool of governance. A literate clergy could better administer his empire, and a learned nobility could serve as loyal administrators. His love of learning was genuine, but it was also pragmatic, entwined with the needs of his rule. Then there is the image of Charlemagne as a devout Christian king, spreading the faith with gentle persuasion. This overlooks the darker chapters of his reign, particularly in his dealings with the Saxons. His campaigns against them were brutal, marked by forced conversions, mass baptisms, and harsh penalties for those who clung to their old gods. The famous story of the massacre at Verdun, where thousands of Saxon prisoners were executed for rebellion, casts a long shadow over his reputation as a benevolent ruler. Faith for Charlemagne was not just a matter of belief, but of political necessity, a unifying force that could bind his empire together, even if the methods were at times uncompromising. Even his physical appearance has been mythologized. Later medieval chroniclers described him as a towering figure, strong and majestic, with a flowing white beard and piercing eyes, a king who fit the ideal of a warrior scholar. Yet the few contemporary descriptions we have suggest a different picture. A man of robust health, certainly, but not necessarily the giant of legend. His famous statue in Aachen, showing him seated in imperial splendor, is a product of later imagination, not a true likeness. The real Charlemagne was likely more ordinary in stature, his power lying not in his physical presence, but in his relentless energy and political acumen. The idea that Charlemagne's empire was a golden age of peace and prosperity is another simplification. While his reign did bring stability to much of Western Europe, it was not without its conflicts, both internal and external. The court itself was a place of intrigue, with rival factions vying for influence. His own family was not immune to strife. His sons rebelled against him, and the succession was fraught with tension. The empire he built was strong, but it was not a utopia, and when he died, the fragile unity he had maintained began to fracture, leading to the eventual division of his lands among his grandsons. Perhaps the most romanticized aspect of his legacy is the notion that he was a king of the people, a ruler deeply connected to the common folk. In truth, Charlemagne was very much a product of his time, a warrior king whose primary concern was the nobility and the church. While he did issue laws meant to protect the weak and ensure justice, his world was one of courts and castles, not villages and fields. The ordinary people of his empire lived under the rule of local lords, and their lives were shaped more by tradition and the rhythms of agriculture, then by the distant figure of the emperor. Even the famous story of his coronation as Holy Roman Emperor on Christmas Day in the year 800 is more complex than it first appears. Later accounts often present it as a moment of divine destiny, a recognition of his greatness by the Pope and the people, but the reality was likely more calculated. Charlemagne himself may have been ambivalent about the title, and some historians suggest that the coronation was as much a political maneuver by the Pope seeking a powerful protector as it was a spontaneous honor. The title of emperor did not fundamentally change his rule, and he continued to govern much as he had before, though now with a new layer of symbolism. The passage of time has also blurred the distinctions between Charlemagne and the legends that grew around him. The medieval epic poems, like the Song of Roland, transformed him into a figure of myth, a Christian hero battling against the forces of darkness. These stories, while stirring, bear little resemblance to the historical man. The real Charlemagne was a shrewd ruler, not a chivalric knight, and his wars were fought for territory and power, not for glory alone. What, then, remains when we strip away the myths? Not a lesser figure, but a more human one, a king who was both visionary and flawed, who sought to create order in a fractured world, but could not fully control the forces he set in motion. His legacy is not a simple story of triumph, but a tapestry of light and shadow, of achievements and contradictions. And perhaps that is why he still captivates us, not because he was perfect, but because he was real, a man who dreamed of unity in a divided world, who valued learning in an age of upheaval, and whose efforts, however imperfect, shaped the course of history. The myths may simplify him, but the truth is far richer, a story that unfolds slowly, like the turning of pages in an ancient manuscript. So, as the quiet of night settles around you, let the thought linger that history is never just one thing. It is not merely the grand events or the towering figures, but the quiet spaces in between, the uncertainties, the contradictions, the moments where the legend gives way to the man. And in that understanding, there is a kind of peace, a gentle reminder that even the greatest stories are woven from threads both bright and dark. Rest now with the knowledge that the past is not a single note, but a melody, complex, shifting, and beautiful in its intricacy. The echoes of Charlemagne's world still reach us, not as a distant thunder, but as a whisper, a breath of history that lingers in the stillness of the night. Sleep, and let the quiet truths of the past carry you into dreams, where even the myths have their place, and the real story is waiting to be rediscovered, one gentle thought at a time. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As we come to the end of our journey through the life of Charlemagne, it is worth pausing in the quiet hush of night to reflect on all that he was and all that he has come to represent in the centuries since. His story is not one of simple triumphs or uncomplicated victories, but rather a tapestry of ambition, vision, and the quiet persistence of a man who sought to shape the world around him. He was a warrior, yes, but also a scholar, a ruler who expanded his kingdom through force, yet also through the careful cultivation of learning, faith, and governance. His legacy is not just in the lands he conquered, but in the ideas he nurtured, the institutions he built, and the cultural revival that would one day be called the Carolingian Renaissance. Think of him now, not as a distant figure frozen in time, but as a man who walked the earth, who felt the weight of his crown and the burden of his dreams. He ruled at a time when Europe was fractured, when the light of knowledge flickered only in scattered monasteries, and the memory of Rome was fading like an old parchment left too long in the sun. Yet he dared to imagine something greater, a united Christendom, a realm where faith and learning could flourish, where the chaos of the past might give way to order. His efforts were imperfect, as all human endeavors must be, but they laid the foundation for what would come. The schools he supported, the scholars he gathered, the administrative reforms he enacted. These were not just policies of a king, but the seeds of something enduring. And now, more than 1,000 years later, we still feel the echoes of his reign. The idea of a united Europe, though far different from his vision, carries faint traces of his dream. The universities where knowledge is preserved and expanded owe an unspoken debt to the scriptoria of his time, where monks diligently copied ancient texts, ensuring they would not be lost to the ages. Even the very concept of kingship in the medieval world was shaped by his example. The notion that a ruler should be more than a conqueror, but also a guardian of faith and culture. Yet Charlemagne was never just a symbol. He was a man of flesh and blood, with contradictions that make him all the more real to us now. He could be harsh in his punishments, yet generous in his patronage. He waged wars that expanded his empire, yet also sought peace through alliances and treaties. He was a devout Christian who sought the church's blessing, yet his personal life was marked by complex relationships, multiple marriages, and the struggles of any father trying to secure his legacy. These human details remind us that history is not made by flawless figures, but by people who carry their own burdens, their own doubts, and their own hopes. Perhaps that is why he still lingers in our imagination, not as a myth, but as a man who dared to reach for something beyond his grasp. The legends that grew around him, the stories of his paladins and his heroic deeds, are like distant candlelight, flickering through the centuries, casting shadows that make his memory larger than life. But the truth is more intimate, more real. It is in the quiet moments, the letters he exchanged with scholars, the care he took in planning his empire's future, the way he mourned the loss of those he loved. These are the threads that connect us to him across the vast expanse of time. Today, we remember Charlemagne in many ways. His name is carved into the stone of monuments, whispered in the halls of universities, invoked in discussions of European identity. He is a bridge between the ancient and the medieval, a figure who both preserved and transformed the world he inherited. And though his empire did not last in the form he envisioned, the ideas he championed, education, unity, faith, have endured in ways he could never have foreseen. So as you settle into the soft embrace of night, let these thoughts drift like leaves on a quiet river. Charlemagne's story is not just one of kings and battles, but of the human spirit reaching toward something greater. His life reminds us that history is not just about what was, but about what might yet be, the dreams we carry forward, the lessons we take from the past, the quiet persistence of hope, even in uncertain times. Close your eyes now and let the weight of the day dissolve into the stillness. Imagine, if you will, the flicker of candlelight in a medieval scriptorium, the careful hand of a monk preserving words for future generations. That light still glows, faint but unbroken, a testament to the past and a promise to the future. Sleep, dear listener, and may your dreams be gentle, filled with the quiet echoes of history, where kings and commoners alike rest beneath the same stars, and the stories of long ago murmur softly in the dark. The night is deep, the world is still, and the past, with all its complexity, all its beauty, waits patiently for you to return to it, one dream at a time.